Welcome, everybody, to Flat Earth Nation. Mud Flood was Armageddon because Mud Flood was Armageddon, and I don't want you to let them tell you anything else unless they are willing to debate you in a fair and honest way. And or exciting news today, the Jeranism show, which features the David Weiss, it has offered up a debate channel because of, yay, thank you there, dumb drum Joe Dojo. Appreciate that, my man. We got a lot of stuff to go over here today. I'm hoping that you guys hear me well. I'm pretty sure I got that turned up. I do. And it's going to be a great day. Have had a great morning here with Tommy. The morning flew by, but just to, enough tease. We've got. Let's just look at what we've got. You know, coming up. We have the. Randy sent a message. Check it out. They have this Go Research, and I sent a copy to Tommy. I contend that Armageddon is over and the 1,000-year golden age has also ended. And then I left a link to my website and my phone number because they had this show, their Jeranism show number 32. Maybe we'll look it up later. Saying we're going to have debates. We'll be looking at Werner Heisenberg. He's a pet peeve in my world right now with the whole fake quantum theory and his Nazi loving friendship. We're going to be, diving into that. That's how I got to this, to give them the link. I don't think I need that anymore. Maybe I'll just keep it up. We're going to be looking at, if we have time today, this is the law of reflection. The incident angle equals the reflected angle. No matter what you do, even it says, if we curve the mirror, the law of reflection must be obeyed. And I want to bring up, what a remarkable coincidence that law of reflection must be obeyed, and we have rainbows, to where after the flood of Noah, the water level for the reflection of our dome ended up with just the right, what is it, 43 point something degrees. It's got to be exact. You're either getting a rainbow or you're not. From our, there's a law, you can't break the law of reflection, I guess. So we're going to be looking at that. And look, Marcus Brown is all in. Someday we're going to be reflecting the glory of God in a way that we cannot begin to understand yet. Back. Did you see I got the white chocolate Paco instead of Grandpa going today? I don't know why, but there it is. So what else we got? Here's a tab. Found that picture. Wanted to make sure I studied ampulofugal lymphekinosis. I used to pronounce it. And it kind of, is like in the midbrain by the spine, and it drips. It's caused by, well, you know how when the steam cools down, it kind of condensates in it. Well, that goo drips onto your spine, and well, that's what we call black goo. It kind of looks like this. So we'll be studying, you remember this. I'm using it as my green screen right now. And that, the left eye goes to the right brain, the right lateral muscles by what you see and smell, because your eye muscles, 15% of your eye muscles and nerves go to the olfactory system. You can theoretically smell with your eyes. But anyway, it comes down here, and as it passes here, it warms up because this is where your brain gets hot. Your brain's a little battery up there, and sometimes you're overclocking. It's like, so you don't have to worry about when you blink. You get things like it passes through this semicircular canal laterally here, but vertically here, and it cools down here in this convection current towards cooling. Always, you've seen how water appears on the side of a glass and then it runs down. Well, that's what happens here, and they call it ampifugal lymphocanosis. And then it drips down into this. Well, the only word they describe it is as like porous material, black, and then it becomes the black goo, and it drips into your, the right external auditory meatus. This leads to your spine and stuff. Doesn't this look like the Starship Enterprise engine? Kinda. Work with me. Come on. Don't make it hard. Sit down. You can trust the dentist. So anyway, I found that first slide of the ampifugal lymphocanosis because I had vertigo. And then I found out that the Byzantines and the Babylonians and the Hittites all had a cure for vertigo, and that it is just a very common thing for them to take care of back in the day. And the people that are wise to it now, not usually in the United States, but a lot of people, it's easy for them. Hey, look, this is probably that same thing, because that's about where I learned about it. I had my second vision right around in here, and then boom, out the matrix. And that was nice. Reflection physics. That's really the closest you can get to the law of reflection. Mirrors exhibit specular reflection. Light that bounces off a mirror will show an image of whatever is in front of it. When focused through the lens of an eye or a camera, mirrors do not reverse the direction of the image. They just reflect exactly what is showing the mirror. An equal yet opposite angle from which the light shines upon it. Windows and mirrors, they're much more complex than you would imagine, in that modern windows have to be poured onto a bed of molten zinc to make sure they're flat. And it seems that windows have always been made that way by pouring it on molten zinc. Are you kidding me? I'm not getting sidetracked here. Not going to do it. But anyway, you guys are always worried of getting me worked up about acoustics and vibrations and intents and all these other things that you guys, must be fun just to trigger me. Bum ba 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 ba. Ba, ba, da, da, da. us, us, and them, them, them. Specular is mirror-like. Diffuse, say, like retaining the energy but losing the image. Wow, I could have almost predicted they'd said something like that. This is, I just pulled this up after they're like, man, I gotta find something to talk about. I could be preaching right now. Why am I sitting around letting young Tommy, my little brother, distract me with all of his pain medications? Not the Fresnel equations. Hey, you know what's funny? Watch this. Where you at, Hillary? Ba 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 na na na. Fresnel. Let's just get it. Let's learn a little bit more about it. I should have just looked it up. Is a type of composite compact lens developed by the French physicist Augustin Jean Fresnel for use in lighthouses. I wonder how far you could see on a flat earth with one of these babies fired up with a arc lamp, baby. Whoa. Hey now. First order lens. Stereotropic projections. Got the Fresnel lens now. Like, say, Simon Island light. Here's a fourth order, even cooler than you could imagine. Wow. I bet that's a big picture. You got to polish it up just right. You got to melt that glass and grind it, baby. You got to get these gears a whirring. But you don't need this extra bolt hole. That's for when you have to put it out there when it's going to go through the storms of the ocean. You can test it with one bolt as long as it's really set with some concrete sealant. And that looks pretty set. I'm not going to knock them. Same thing here. I'm just saying, you've got a bolt hole, why not use it? Is that going to be too much of a problem? Fifth order lens. That gets more light out there for those ships about 100 miles away. When you could drive your ship and go, I see that light. Sixth order light. It lives forever by the special water of the Ponce de Leon inlet light. Sixth order. And you could probably send the Morse code with it for quite a ways. Wonder what that high pressure tank in the background is for. Look at that. Fresnel Lynn makes her forearm look like Popeye. And also, if you put that in the sun, you could melt metal with it. Oh, yeah. Third order or fourth order? So anyway, this is your cross-section of a first-generation Fresnel lighthouse lens with sloping mirrors, reflective panel, later improved upon vastly because this is just basically an oil lamp. But you can see the steps here. Now it's interesting that the prism, it seems rounded, but it shouldn't matter one bit as long as it's polished. Here's a straight shot. I get it. Okay. I get it. And the thing is that this would be adjustable. If you wanted to fine dot it, maybe you could do actually like that Greek fire wouldn't be involved throwing fire, but a pinpoint Fresnel light, highly polished. That's my light. That's my favorite light in the whole world. Well, what about Hillary? How come they didn't show any pictures of her? They don't show where they were first installed. The third was in 1825, so they were really, they had a 3.5. But we can't trust them anyway. First Bible verse of the day. I know that's why you're here, right? You always want to get the Bible in here, and so do I. You guys probably know more about the Fresnel lens than I do. Anybody want to come in if you're an expert on this, or if you just want to talk on a Sunday afternoon, I'm going to put the link in there. If you want to come on and sing a song, come on. How about this Bible verse? Ecclesiastes 12:6. Remember him before the silver cord is snapped and the golden bowl is crushed, before the pitcher is shattered at the spring and the wheel is broken at the well. It's talking about your swastika, vortex, battery powered, magnetic aura you got working inside this water type ether atmosphere, divided from thicker layers of water all the way up to, I don't know what's going on the other side of our vaulted dome. Did you hear the way I went back? Vaulted dome. That was supposed to be like, okay, now I'm awake. That was my "Are you awake" voice. Let's read the whole chapter. Why not? That was great. Remember your Creator in the days of your youth, before the days of adversity come, and the years approach of which you will say, I find no pleasure in them, before the light of the sun, moon, and stars is darkened, and the clouds return after the rain, on the day the keepers of the house tremble, and the strong men stoop, when those grinding cease because they are few, and those watching through windows see dimly, when the doors to the streets are shut and the sound of the mill fades away, when one rises at the sound of a bird and all the daughters of song grow faint, when men fear the heights and dangers of the road, when the almond tree blossoms, the grasshopper loses its spring, and the caper berries shrivel, for then man goes to his eternal home and the mourners walk the streets. Remember him before the silver cord is snapped and the golden bowl is crushed, before the pitcher is shattered at the spring and the wheel is broken at the well, before the dust returns to the ground from which it came, and the spirit returns to God who gave it. Futility of futilities, says the teacher. Everything is futile. Not only was the teacher wise, but he also taught the people knowledge. He pondered, searched out, and arranged many proverbs. The teacher searched to find delightful sayings and to record accurate words of truth. The words of the wise are like goads, and the anthologies of the masters are like firmly embedded nails driven by a single shepherd. And by these, my son, be further warned. There is no end to the making of many books, and much study wearies the body. When all has been heard, the conclusion of the matter is this: fear God and keep his commandments, because this is the whole duty of man. For God will bring every deed into judgment, along with every hidden thing, whether good or evil. Look at this midbrain nerve eye connection thing they got going here. It's just crazy. I used to study this all the time before this whole lockdown stuff. We were really into it. We were killing it, man. We were finding the rocks. Things like this, the rods and the cones and the stripes and the trees crying out, the beam crying out to the stones, was I was kind of getting into so much of that, decoding the genetics, breeding, and their cover story of how it started with Linnaeus and the peas, and then green beans, and then dogs, and then chickens, and now pigeon breeding. What? Pigeon breeding. Pigeon breeding. What does that have to do with anything? Have they done? What have they done? What have they done when everything in the world has to be bred like we are? I am so sorry, not just for the people watching the video I chose, but for the people that are making it, because I have to say it. That video could be more boring, but I don't know how. Yeah, man. Yeah. Hey, dude, that's how you make a video.
So what is recessive red? Recessive red is not a color. It's a mutation that happened on the chromosome which expresses melanin. Remember, color is sex linked. Recessive red is not.
Oh, oh, wake up, you pigeon breeders, wake up. Oh, take the recessive red pill, everybody.
So a recessive red has to have two recessive alleles. This animal right here carries recessive red, and this animal right here does not carry recessive red. Either one of these circumstances will not show recessive red. And right here you see two animals that carry recessive red mated together in a Punnett square. Only 25% of the offspring comes out recessive red. This parent right here does not carry recessive red, and this parent is a recessive red. And you breed them together in a Punnett square, and you have 0% chance of being recessive red. On this next Punnett square, you have a carrier of the recessive red gene and a recessive red together, and the chances of them having recessive red is 50%. The offspring of this pair will be 50% recessive reds. What this is showing us is in order to get a recessive red, both parents at least have to carry one recessive red gene. In this
Oh,
case,
wow. You know what that tells me? Where's my thing at? You know what that tells me? They had access to something like in the golden age when they were breeding the orphan trained babies with their eugenics experiments. Because, I mean, look at the odds of that. And yet in my family, it's like, green eyes are like everybody's got them, blue eyes, my daughter, and other things. And so it's like, come on, really? What's the odds when you're starting like that and putting that in context with our recent fascist government that they're hiding with the hidden history and their love of breeding, to say the least, and the Virginia eugenic laws basically being plagiarized by the Nazis who did it first. They had to have some sort of knowledge of that. And once our whatever happened, we had to give up being fascists. I think the Chinese mafia made us. Then all of a sudden, there's this mad rush that you have to go to the government to get a marriage license. And it's a life or death situation because all of a sudden they realized, recently, just recently, if these people breed together, their babies will die. Yeah, that's what all of that licensing is about. Nobody ever said, "Yeah, I'm on board for your licensing." But there were times when recently they all of a sudden realized we got blood groups, and some can't breed together unless you're going to make sure from the very beginning you have a C-section or something like that, or that blood will reject it right off the bat. So what this guy is talking about, and I've just seen, since I've been going, like when people are going like, how can you communicate if you're going to go and take a bunch of people and live like the savages in Brave New World? You'll die, and I'll be like, pigeons, we've been doing it for 5,000 years, and really to this day, and like I said, I'm not backing off. I got $100 of my retirement money for the first month because I just got a raise, every year they bump it up. This is my second year being a fully retired, human, 63 years old now and a half. I'll put my first $100 towards a pigeon plantation. If somebody in the flat earth movement wants to start raising pigeons now, and you don't want a red, pigeon red. From what I understand in my 3 days of studying pigeons, that's not a good racer. Yeah. Kate, $100. Tell them I got $100. Well, I'll get it.
Here, you see that both parents were not recessive red. So you can have two blue checks and they can throw a recessive red if they are both carriers of the gene. So I hope I'm not confusing anyone out there.
Heck no.
That's not my goal here. Recessive red is not sex linked, which means it's not on.
I used to have that shirt in case anybody wanted to know. You're a nerd, dude. Just face it. Total nerd.
New Kim pigeon bred by Gaston van der Woer. The most expensive pigeon in the history of the sport. The price offered for New Kim beats the one paid for the former most expensive pigeon in the world. Armando, sold to a Chinese buyer for $1.48 million in 2019.
Okay. All right. Look. The racing part of it's out. That's out. Okay, I'll make it 125. I understand now that I was way low. Sound like Rain Man thinking that the price of everything is $100. I get it. 125. Because pigeons are a lot more expensive than I ever imagined. But we do not need to get, nobody needs to start the pigeon post office for the pigeon podcasts. Use your pigeon sense, folks. That's the next superhero, Pigeon Man. I got pigeon sense. No matter where you go, I can go home. I know. Nobody going to own that pigeon but me. Dang, dude, you're crazy. Pigeon lover. $2 million.
$1.9 million. The rising popularity of the sport in China has led to billionaires investing increasingly high amounts of money in pigeons and driving up the prize money for races.
Man, that means all those people out there have their own pigeons for their own encrypted messages. And you know they're probably still encrypting them in case the bird dies. And then they figure, well, let's try to get some racing out of it because there's never enough gambling in the world. New Kim breed by Gaston van der Veer. I'm out. I'm not even going to that auction.
Mostly Belgian pigeons were all recently bought by Chinese bidders, as in the case of Armando and New Kim. Belgian-bred pigeons are known as the best in the world of pigeon racing.
Pigeon World.
Nash. I am the curator of the unofficial Nikola Tesla, and I decided to do a live tonight about Tesla and pigeons. That is the one topic that when I'm searching for content to post, I don't really like that topic because of the way that the media makes it sound. They make him sound crazy, and they,
because he fell in love with the pigeon and married it. That's crazy. Come on, Barb.
He was in love with the pigeon. And the thing with the media is they bend everything to what their agenda is. I don't know if you've ever been interviewed. I've been interviewed and totally had my answers taken out of context. Obviously, this is what was happening with Nikola Tesla. He made a comment to someone who was interviewing him once about a dream that he had, and he had a dream about a pigeon, and that comment has been taken out of context in so many articles and postings around the internet, and it would lead one to believe that he was just really crazy when it came to pigeons. But one thing that we need to keep in mind is during that time period when Nikola Tesla was alive and he was, interacting with pigeons, that was when carrier pigeon was very popular. People communicated via carrier pigeons. And don't you think that Nikola Tesla would communicate with people via a carrier pigeon, especially during the latter part of his life when he was living at the Hotel New Yorker? Because when he was living at the Hotel New Yorker, he was working with the government, and the phone lines at the Hotel New Yorker were terribly easy to tap into. And if you think that Nikola Tesla didn't understand that, I don't understand why you wouldn't believe that he wouldn't understand that. And and he would use carrier pigeons, and it totally explains some of his behavior with pigeons and some of his reported behavior with pigeons, where I think there was one incident where somebody, I think it was at the Hotel New Yorker, a pigeon kind of flew into a dining room and he hurt his wing, and one of the waiters picked him up and he noticed that there was something on the leg of the pigeon, which is like where the notes are attached. And Nikola Tesla kind of flew, he just like swooped in and grabbed the pigeon and said, "I'll take care of him." And he took the pigeon up to his room, took care, and nursed him back to health. But don't you think that if Nikola Tesla was communicating with people via carrier pigeons, that he would want to take care of one that was hurt? I mean, doesn't it make sense? You don't really toss out a carrier pigeon because it's hurt. They're trained. You want to nurse them back to health so that they can continue doing what they were trained to do. So this is one of the big misdirections that the media has put out about Nikola Tesla. And they've specifically tried to make him look loopy, crazy because of it. And, I really have an issue with that. It's one of the many things I have an issue with about the stories that are out there about Nikola Tesla. But the main thing is that, he wasn't like crazy in love with a pigeon like he would be in love with a woman. That was a comment that was taken completely out of context. And if you want to know where I'm getting my information from, one of the latest things that has been out where you could reference it is in the Tesla files on the History Channel. They talk about that there. And when I saw that, I was like, oh, thank God somebody is like, coming to bat with the truth. But that's like one of those things that really, it's really a pet peeve of mine. Anytime I run into information about Nikola Tesla and pigeons, and if you have any comments that you would like to make about Nikola Tesla and pigeons, put it right there in the comment section, and we can have a conversation about it. If you are watching this live, you can hop on and say something in the comment section, and we can discuss it if you like. I'm trying something new. I just thought that this would be an interesting way to interact with everybody as far as the topic of Nikola Tesla, because obviously we're all fans of his. Otherwise, I don't think we'd be here. And I would like to set the story straight about Nikola Tesla and the pigeons. So if you have anything that you would like to.
Anybody got anything to add about the pigeons? Something sounded weird. It sounded weird, man. The whole thing with, Trump's daddy finding it and everything about it, it all seems weird to me. It just, yeah. That's the thing, nobody will ever know, but it's obvious he had on that roof, a bunch of pigeons. And he was probably, just because you're paranoid doesn't mean that there's not somebody watching you. For us today, at all times, they're watching us. Let's see if I can't find that. Bear with me a second here. Oop. See, I'm glad you didn't get to see that one. I did a typing error. Got it.
You want him to do so much. Okay, good. What about you, Dave? I'm super prime time. But for anybody having any breathing issues, Matt, have you guys seen Matt Long's post? No, my co-host. Yeah, I host on that podcast. Thing, yeah. 3 times a week podcast. The Planet Podcast, the biannual. Mm-hmm. That's twice. If that every 2 years. Every 2 years. I hear about that. Yeah, biannual. His wife actually, a nebulizer, a teaspoon of the.
This is not the one. That's an older male. Well. Yeah, he probably was something was going on with that. But anyway, I wrote down a couple of things today. Ooh. Wrote down more than I remember writing down. Oh, this will give me some good ideas of Okay. Blackstone's Law Dictionary could have been funded by Blackstone Corporation, but it would be expensive to prove conclusively. Polished black stone by default is a mirror. Water is a mirror, or it can be sometimes if it's still. But I was struggling to not be, quote unquote, distracted or a distraction to others while I work out my own salvation with ever increasing fear and trembling. I was wondering this morning, why would a mutation, when they first discovered what a neutron was, or what they projected what a neutron was, why was it called a Q? And we study so much about when the J was added to replace the I that we sometimes see marking the date. But the Q, I think, is relatively new also. And Q in all of their math problems used to be what they, say the neutron, that negative, but it was changed to an X in their math equations, but I can't find out when. So when, because I'd like to find it, because I'm trying to destroy quantum physics right now. But that's why even a something burger as big as a scandal like the Blackstone Corporation's Big Brother-esque behavior of an Orwellian type world on steroids should take my intended focus of today, which is 1, expose math, 2, promote pigeon sense, 3, send that email, which I did, to Jeranism, and his video was something number 32, but it's not the one I looked up just now. Number 4, stop waiting to equal the brain equal failed muscle memory. Oh yeah, I remember that. So brain fail equals mental muscle memory. So I wasted my time writing this equation, doing exactly what I didn't want to do and waste time when I was, planning, to expose math. Instead, see how hard it is? Did I need another paradox equation like this one? Or should I have gone ahead and looked at the Blackstone Corporation for those 5 minutes it took me to prove that, anyway, I contend there was not enough stored electrical current to fire even a brain synapse pre-Big Bang. So how could the Big Bang come up with enough energy to bang, taking that E equals mc squared? Get another look at it. See, you can't, although I could never conclusively prove it, I'd like to see them try to disprove it. So that would be like 5 minutes. Oh, no. So actually, the weight of what causes a synapse to fire in your brain, because I was pondering, like, our muscles get stronger if we, don't just do a set of 10 push-ups, but do push-ups until you can't do any more, then let your arms recover, then, exercise a little more, and then always have that, you do it until your muscles fail, and then they'll get stronger. But even the strength to fire a synapse has to originate from somewhere. And that is the most that can be accounted for, if you take at face value that if E equals mc squared, there has to be a negative. So that's just using their thing. And this wouldn't even be enough power. How little power? it would be like saying a grasshopper could blow over a domino, and then it would hit a perfectly another little thing that would fire another synapse stronger until eventually you'd have enough TNT type motion to set off a big bang. But that's the same domino effect, that like logic that would be like, yeah, if we lose Vietnam, Laos will instantly rise up and say, I want to, have half my people sacrificed in battle to be change. Because, remember what they were saying in the 1950s? Communism is going to totally fail. It would never last this long. Well, it probably wouldn't, just like crony capitalism would have lasted this long or prospered if the mafia wasn't playing both sides of the fence. But see, I didn't even stick to my notes. See how hard it is? Did I need another paradox equation like this? Or should I have gone ahead and looked at the Blackstone Corporation? So anyway, yeah, the whole fail thing, it would be not enough for a grasshopper blowing over a domino. That's, evolution's army of infinite monkeys when they finished typing Blackstone's Law Dictionary. See, I substituted that for the usual. Assumed that an infinite amount of monkeys could type Shakespeare's complete works. That's what you heard in grade school, right? So we substituted Blackstone's Law Dictionary because I'm not buying that anymore either. That, yeah, we gotta go to Blackstone's Maritime Law book and then we'll understand law. The laws are in the Bible. The laws are in the Bible. And any type of, well, let me finish reading. When I get the time proving Einstein and his Heisenberg, in quotes, unnecessary uncertainty principle, Heisenberg's uncertainty principle upon which quantum physics is founded. And you know what? I am going to interrupt here because the reason I'm all worked up is that this summer I had to live through like a couple of months of where people were going like, you got to call your daughter. Noah Church called her and she hates your guts. And she said, you were such a bad father. And I'm going, I refuse to entertain that thought that my daughter could ever say that. So I wouldn't look into it. I didn't respond to it until finally she called going, hi, Dad, what's up, man? And we just talked. Well, she called again live again during the show yesterday. And we just talked and everything. And then I realized, well, she's been smarter in math since I am in third grade, and I could get her to work on that Heisenberg uncertainty principle. And then I went like, there I go again. I think I tacitly supported Shelby with her mom being like a tiger mom, pushing her. But really my only help was to Shelby was like, oh, you can do it, honey, and stuff like that. But still, I shouldn't need my my second youngest daughter to help me do math. I can do this by myself. Because after all, their quantum math is just the emperor has no clothes that has been sold to him by a matrix math faked paradigm. It worked then and it's working now. It's a mind game that is still working to keep the world in fear of mass destruction that could end all life. That is God's prerogative only, and only He is omnipotent enough to do it. But anybody that believes and buys into quantum theory and thinks, oh my goodness, they could end the whole world, so we have to modify our behavior, you're going to hell. That's the last straw to God. That's an idol. I'm sure that's what I wrote down. Get behind me with that blasphemy. Idol. Any belief in their fake math and fake world ending with power given to men to end the world is a wide path to hell. There, I got that off my mind. I'm so mad. So let's look at the Heisenberg, why is it so stupid? There is, I'm not going to talk down to you guys. I know that the Trumpster uses a third grade level and Hillary used a fourth grade level, but we're going into, this is your 11th grade advanced physics. She's a wonderful teacher. You'll love her. I love her.
28-year-old Werner Heisenberg wrote an introduction to a book where he boldly stated that the Copenhagen spirit of quantum theory has directed the entire development of modern atomic physics. Soon, Heisenberg's term Copenhagen spirit was reframed as the Copenhagen interpretation. And according to Wikipedia, the Copenhagen interpretation is, quote, one of the oldest interpretations of quantum mechanics and remains one of the most commonly taught. But what was the Copenhagen spirit? And where did it come from? Aside from Copenhagen, Denmark, of course. This is mostly the story of the friendship between Werner Heisenberg and Niels Bohr. Ready? Let's go.
Electricity, electricity.
Electricity, electricity. When 20-year-old Werner Heisenberg met 30...
He was a puppy, a baby. I hadn't even had my first vision until I was 20 and a half, and I didn't know jack for 40 years preaching.
6-year-old Niels Bohr for the first time on June 14th, 1922. He was so excited he wrote his parents, Bohr is the first scientist who also makes an impression as a human being. He's not just a physicist, but much more. With me, he's always especially nice, and he has invited me to see him once again next week. Heisenberg then quickly finished his PhD in Munich, and then got a job as an assistant to the physicist Max Born in Göttingen. Sorry, Born and Bohr sound so similar. At the time, Born was working to try to, quote, find the weak points and contradictions in Bohr's semi-classical theory of atoms. By the end of 1923, Heisenberg had formed a new theory and sent it to his friend Wolfgang Pauli to send it to Niels Bohr. Bohr immediately responded with an invitation to Heisenberg to spend spring break with him in Copenhagen. Wolfgang Pauli was particularly pleased to hear this because he found Heisenberg's theory ugly and without deep connections. And Pauli wrote Bohr, I was therefore very pleased that you had invited him to Copenhagen. Hopefully
That is actually Niels Bohr's pulling on his ear, letting him know his place as the assistant. This anti-Nazi, Nazi tolerator. This half-Jewish person stayed in Germany because he said, our German way is better than the Copenhagen way. And it's going to help us build a bomb. And then this Nazi who stayed with the Nazis leaked it to the guy who left and hated the Nazis. And that's why the United States said, we better build a bomb too. Come on, people, now smile on your brother.
Hopefully then Heisenberg will return home with a philosophical orientation to his thinking. In Copenhagen, Heisenberg and Bohr got along like gangbusters, discussing philosophy and physics till midnight every night. Soon Bohr worked out a deal so that Heisenberg could complete his grant with Max Born in pieces. And then Heisenberg spent many months of 1924-1925 in Copenhagen. When Heisenberg returned to Germany, he used some of the ideas born in his conversations in Copenhagen to come up with a new mathematical model for quantum mechanics, which he gave to his advisor, Max Born. Born then realized this was a math concept called a matrix, and for 6 months, Heisenberg, Born, and Born's new student, Pascual Jordan, created a series of papers that are widely considered the beginning of modern quantum mechanics, although the mathematics were terrible.
Did you see that? They called it matrix mechanics. How proper. Because that's what they, eventually they are going to try to convince you, like the people that Jeranism have been arguing with, Ronnie and Jason, that we are in a simulation. Oh no. You believe you're in a simulation, you're going to hell.
Difficult. Bohr was as excited as anyone, although according to Heisenberg, he wasn't very good at math. Bohr was not a mathematically minded man. He was, I would say, a Faraday, but not a Maxwell. As a historian, I like that analogy. Then, in January 1926, Erwin Schrödinger published a wave theory of quantum mechanics, and soon there was a fierce debate between the two methods, which everyone assumed were incompatible.
Yeah, I'm going to wonder if we should, you know what, that's what I'll do is I'll try to interrupt here, and we can look at some of these things. In 1802, Thomas Young performed the famous double slit experiments. 1802. This wave nature is often difficult to visualize. The slits divide the light into two wave fronts that are free to interact. An interference pattern is introduced through vibration, I think. Destructive, constructive. It looks like destructive is the hollow. The thick part is constructive, possibly. Arch, pediment, flying buttress. Let's use radical cross-section to visualize destructive and constructive interference patterns. Now, this is all hypothetical. They say they can prove it by, you know, oh, the way the light goes around a corner. You know, you turn on a light in the hallway, sometimes you can, you know, you'll see somewhat of it in a bedroom. Whoa, light's weird. And you know what? The light of God on a different frequency, it doesn't even need, it goes right through the door. There's no door. It's not a simulation, baby, but believe me, there's no spoon. Not if Jesus doesn't want it to be there. Because all things were made by him, for him, and by him they consist. They are held together.
Here I'm playing around with polarized light. Sunlight is unpolarized, so it doesn't really matter what angle that if I use a polarizing filter. If you have two filters and they're polarized in the same direction, then essentially nothing too interesting happens. If the polarizers cross, then essentially light making through one filter is horizontally polarized. Then the next filter only lets through the light that's vertically polarized, so cumulatively nothing makes it through. This is used to have adjustable filters in photography fairly often. Now, something really interesting starts to happen, and in fact, a quantum effect begins to kick in if I ask three questions. So, surprisingly, the answer I get depends on the order that I ask the questions. So, if I have a horizontally, diagonally, and then vertically polarized, I get a different answer than if I ask horizontal, vertical, or horizontal, vertical, vertical. So in between, I actually get a lot more light transmission than you would expect. And this is an angular dependent sort of transmission. So it has to be between the asking the horizontal and asking the vertical question, then I ask this diagonal question. And this is really a quantum effect. So if I ask the photons the same questions in a different order, I actually get a different answer, which seems a little disturbing to me.
You know what? There's a lot of mysteries in this world, my friend. Well, I'll try to spell Schrodinger's cat. You got to get a background on that. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
This is Quantum Mechanics 5, the Schrödinger equation. Welcome. The Schrödinger equation, published in 1926 by Erwin Schrödinger, is practically synonymous with quantum mechanics. It is the primary key which unlocks the secrets of the atom and of chemistry, and which describes what Schrödinger called an undulatory theory of the mechanics of atoms and molecules. Now, since this is a video about an equation, it will necessarily contain some math, but hopefully, you'll find the emphasis is on motivation and illustration of physical concepts. Schrödinger started with de Broglie's hypothesis that electrons are associated with waves having wavelength equal to Planck's constant over electron momentum. Recall from the previous video that this explained the discrete energy level.
And Planck rounded up all his numbers. It's not a true equation. His constant is not a constant. Guarantee it. Documented.
Of the Bohr model of hydrogen as simply the requirement that the length of an orbit equal an integer number of wavelengths. Schrödinger sought the general equation governing these waves, a wave equation of the electron. To understand how he arrived at this, we first need to talk about wave equations in general. Wave equations describe the behavior of fields in general. Imagine the field psi at some point in three-dimensional space and a small sphere of radius a surrounding that point. Call the average field value on the sphere psi average. Then equilibrium simply requires that psi equals psi average. This is so common in physics that we have a special symbol in operation called the Laplacian that measures the difference between psi average and psi.
They made up a symbol to go with their made-up theory. I don't need an apologetic for Schrodinger's cat, dude.
So what I looked at, first of all, was how Schrödinger derived the Schrödinger equation. And like, what he actually did was to start from the Hamilton.
Come on, man.
Jacobi equation. Have you seen that? Yeah. Where you basically
Nope, can't do a TED Talk. They'll bust me every time. You got to hear it though. So he's going to be like, is the cat dead or alive? Come on. I've got to try to be careful.
क्या एक कैट एक साथ जिंदा और मरी हुई दोनों हो सकती है? हमारी दुनिया की क्लासिकल कैट तो नहीं, पर श्रोडिंगर की कैट हो सकती है। श्रोडिंगर के एक्सपेरिमेंट में एक कैट बॉक्स में साइलेंट रेडियोएक्टिव बॉम्ब के साथ बंद कर दी थी। 50% चांसेस है बॉम्ब नहीं फटेगा।
Anyway, this thing is alive and dead at the same time. Why is this so hard?
And then the cat then collapses into a dead cat or a live cat. Well, that means that observation determined existence.
So that's what I wanted you to hear. According to their quantum physics, it starts acting different if you observe it. The math works if you don't observe it. So discount everything you observe.
The cat then collapses into a dead cat or live cat. Well, that means that observation determined existence. So you're now left with a very horrible, absolutely incredible paradox. Either the act of observation determines the existence of a cat, or the cat is simultaneously dead and alive. Both alternatives are mind-blowing. Both alternatives shape philosophy to the very core. Let's take the first alternative. Observation determines existence. But observation requires consciousness. Therefore, consciousness makes an observation, and then we see the cat is alive. Well, I determine the fact the cat is alive. Well, who determines me? Somebody has to look at me to determine that I'm alive and I'm not dead. Well, who determines him? Somebody has to look at him. And this is called Wigner's friend. Wigner was the winner of the Nobel Prize. He helped to build the atomic bomb. And this is called Wigner's friend. I have an infinite sequence of Wigner's friend. So who's the ultimate Wigner's friend? God. So starting with quantum theory, which is the most objective reductionist theory of all time,
Is the least objective. They're going to hell if you believe it, that they could end the world, that they don't believe the Bible. They found another way where the cat's dead or alive.
you go all the way up to God. Now, let's say you don't want that. Let's say you don't believe in this Nobel Prize winner. Let's say you believe in the other theory. The other theory is even worse.
Duh.
The other theory is many worlds. Most Nobel laureates now are leaning toward the second. Steve Weinberg, winner of the Nobel Prize.
You notice he left out the third option of a narrow road where you believe everything that Jesus Christ said was true, because it is true.
Said the following. Imagine you're in a room and many radio frequencies are in the same room. Your radio is turned into one frequency, but you're very comfortable being in a room with many frequencies, right? But you tune into one. Well, these frequencies are now wave functions. In this room, there's the wave function of dinosaurs. In this room, because they never died 65 million years ago, because a cosmic event prevented the extinction of the dinosaurs. In this room, there's the wave function of aliens, because perhaps aliens decided to colonize the Earth millions of years ago. In this room, there's the wave function of Alexander the Great. Perhaps he came all the way to the Americas instead of being
just conquering most of the old world. Think about it. Your mind goes crazy. This is the multiverse. So welcome to the multiverse. And then the cat then collapses into a dead cat or live cat. Well, that means that observation determined existence. So you're now left with a very...
You guys want to believe that?
I like to talk about observers and be very clear about what I'm talking about. They could be either tiny or huge. So tiny would be like an electron, which is a point particle. Can't get much tinier than that. We've got the positive number past and the negative number future. Or you could go like really big, galaxies, because they observe their local galactic clusters and all that kind of stuff, and you can do math on that. Now both of these, the RIP, and so the red cat goes in that one, and the orange one goes over here. Cool. Oh, yeah, I gotta put in the explosives. All right. Sorry, it's the way it goes. So we're going to count down, or count up. Let's see. And 1, 2, 3. Oh, 60. I counted really quickly. Now this is Einstein. We send photons as quickly as we can. Green ones for living, red ones for dead. Oh, that was green. Good. And both lived. That is cool. So if we square this 0, 1, 0, 0, we get -1. Einstein gets it in the future, 1 minute, 1 unit later. Okay, so we're going to repeat the experiment. So we have to redo.
Assuming that 97% of the matter in the world's universe is unseen and unmeasurable, but can be gathered into black holes and things like that. And if you use an infinite number of fractions, this is so fake, everybody. And they can't in the world. They faked the bombs. They didn't discover a new math and then within 20 years get a live cat, dead cat situation. And oh, yeah, I can blow up your town and leave radiation that will kill everybody. Shut up.
I don't know, let's really change this up a little bit. Let's just move this second trench out a bit further. So Einstein's going to get this information later because it's located in a different place, which you can kind of do with the space-time numbers in a way that makes sense. Oh, look, I just repeated it. Green lived. Oh, red died. I'm sorry to bore you, but it's an experiment. So there's the RIP. And so there's this notation they use in professional circles. It's called bracket notation. And we just know that you do this enough times, it comes out to a half. So after Einstein knew one of them was red, lived.
1/2 times 1/2 equals 1/4. They never gave that cat a chance.
Would be that in the bracket notation. And then once we knew both pieces of information, well, we know both pieces of information, so it's not a big deal. And what I like to say is that's 2 state dimensions versus 4 space-time dimensions. That's Schrodinger's cat.
So we're going to think about what Einstein could say in detail about wave functions for the Schrodinger cat experiment. So as
well, I'll leave you to study Schrodinger's cat on your own. We have to get back to the Heisenberg.
Compatible. However, by May, both Schrodinger and Wolfgang Pauli proved that they were mathematically equivalent. This gave the advantage to Schrodinger, as his math was much easier. And more importantly, people, including Schrodinger himself, held the philosophy that using Schrodinger's theories, quantum mechanics could be made into a branch of classical mechanics. In July, Heisenberg went to a talk by Schrodinger and was told to be quiet as, quote, "We are now finished with all that nonsense about quantum jumps." Depressed, Heisenberg wrote Bohr that very night, and Bohr then invited Schrodinger to Denmark to debate the issue. Once in Copenhagen, even Heisenberg was surprised by the ferocity of Bohr's feelings on the issue. Bohr now appeared to me almost as an unrelenting fanatic who was not prepared to make a single concession. It will hardly be possible to convey the intensity of passion with which the discussions were conducted on both sides. It got so intense that when Schrodinger fell ill, Niels Bohr's wife Margareta nursed him while Niels Bohr continued the discussions bedside. Interestingly, Schrodinger had a far different view of the encounter, and a few weeks later he wrote a friend, quote, "In spite of all our theoretical points of dispute, the relationship with Bohr, and especially Heisenberg, was totally, cloudlessly amiable and cordial." Schrodinger was also quite surprised and a little bit disappointed to find that someone he described Bohr as being honored almost like a demigod, would be so shy and timid. Quote, "Bohr talks often for minutes, almost in a dreamlike, visionary, and really quite unclear manner, partially because he is so full of consideration and constantly hesitates, fearing that the other might take a statement of his point of view as an insufficient appreciation of the other." Despite all the talk, Schrodinger...
Kathy just is into it, man. She's getting this history down. She's blown away by it. But everybody gives up because they never look at the math and said these guys were faking it until they make it. And they had no idea what the mafia was going to use with their ideas, prop them up, set them up. Nobody can question them. You know, those fantastic equations, they're all junk made with rounded up numbers just to make them work. Thank you for bearing with us. This is because it's due diligence. You have to get this under your belt.
Unconvinced. Then in October 1926, Wolfgang Pauli wrote Heisenberg about a strange phenomenon. If he used Heisenberg matrices, then the more he studied the position of an electron, then noted with the letter Q, but now used the letter X, then the harder it was.
Oh, it was the electron. I thought it was the neutron. It's the tiny one. But anyway, it's crazy. It made me think that, it's nuts, Kathy.
To describe the object's momentum or mass times speed, then and now denoted with the letter P. Wolfgang Pauli wrote Heisenberg, "One can look at the world with the PI, and one can look at it with the QI. But when one would like to open both eyes, then one gets dizzy." In the beginning of 1927, while Bohr was on a ski trip to Norway, Heisenberg realized that he could derive this relationship, which he called the imprecision relation. By mid-March, Bohr returned to Copenhagen and immediately noted problems with some of the concepts.
Do you understand now? Remember, it's the observation thing. Oh, yeah, it works as long as we don't look at it while it's working. It's kind of like they believe that if a tree falls in the forest and nobody's there to hear it, it doesn't make a sound. And then they play it up like one's a Nazis, one not. And then Heisenberg leaks the Nazi secret to him. So the United States starts building the bomb. And if you believe that men can end the world and not God, I think you're going to end up one of those people going, "Hey, Jesus."
Which left Heisenberg in tears. After 10 days that were described as very disagreeable, Heisenberg edited the paper to Bohr's satisfaction and published it on March 22nd, 1927. Bohr happily then sent copies of the paper to Einstein with the comment that he felt that it, quote, "represents a most significant, exceptionally..."
So 18 years after the equation was quote unquote simplified, They developed a atomic bomb in time to end a war so that your grandma and grandpa could teach you all about how bad the bomb is, and then people my age can still say, I remember getting underneath the desk. And then I remember, are you washing your hands? Are you taking these precautions? Maybe this virus will just blow on by. Thank you, Mafia World.
Brilliant contribution to the discussion of general problems of quantum theory. Einstein was not impressed.
I'm ripping him up.
He hated it with a passion, and Einstein debated it with Bohr for the rest of his life. Meanwhile, in about April 1927, Heisenberg and Bohr were having conflicting arguments about quantum mechanics. Heisenberg recalled, quote, "We are unable to find the same language for the interpretation of the theory. Part of it was a question of mathematics. Heisenberg felt that we must realize that our words don't fit. They don't really get a hold in the physical reality, and therefore a new mathematical scheme is just as good as anything." Whereas Bohr was determined to make it work outside of mathematics. His biographer wrote that Bohr believed that, quote, "Our words have to fit. We have nothing else." Bohr's assistant recalled that these disagreements about Heisenberg's work became a source of inspiration, and Bohr decided that quantum mechanics needed new words to describe physics that didn't originate in classical theories. According to Bohr's assistant, Bohr dictated, and the next day, all that he had dictated was discarded and we began anew. And so it went all summer. By July 1927, Bohr published an article originally titled "The Philosophical Foundations of Quantum Theory." Ironically, Bohr's devotion to the science of how to communicate quantum mechanics without math was incredibly difficult to follow, especially in the beginning. So I'm going to give...
Hold on a second. You know, I was advised by Shucksful that I forget to share the screen so much. I should use my phone to monitor it. And, you know, sometimes I see that the things there, and my goodness, I wanted to say hello to Lisa Button. How are you? Yeah, why do you yawn when you see somebody yawn? You know, that's what we want to know. So I just wanted to interrupt there and say hi, but I was about to interrupt and tell, you know, just give you a background on my math, because, you know, I was one of these kids that my dad was a union electrician and he was always trying to make a buck. So we would move around. I went to fourth grade in 3 different schools. And he was always chasing overtime. And so, you know, in some places they still were studying look-say, which is, you know, C spot, run. You just memorize the words. And then other places they were using phonics. And in the meantime, my dad was shoving all of this books and poetry down my throat. And so anyway, to get to my whole math thing, when I got into high school, I was one of the people that was like, you know, I was going to get, by the time I was a junior, I should get 4 varsity letters. But I had to get through Algebra 1 because at that time, everybody had to take Algebra 1. And in my class, there was a senior who was the captain of the wrestling team taking Algebra 1 because he just had to do it. And after 3 weeks, they put me in with the half-tards. You know, they said I was interrupting class too much. So they gave me some math, self-learning math books. And I worked, you know, I had to sit over with the people who just didn't get it, but they were going to give them a chance because their dads had money. And so they were going to get it out of the way one way or the other. And the rest of the class learned their algebra. And I listened some, but I had my own book. And they didn't tell me how much I had to learn or anything. It was just learn. And so I ended up going through 2.5 books. And they gave me a C in algebra, and I qualified. And I never took another math test until they took hostages in Iran and we were going to go to war, and I enlisted in there, and they said, well, here's this guy told me, he said, you know, you want to know what's a good job? You should be a surveyor and learn how to be a surveyor, because that's what I did when I was in, and we were always away from the cannons and everything. You know, we were our own group, and I thought, cool, I want to be a surveyor. So I signed up and I became, you know, they said, you'll be a surveyor. Then when I got there, they said, you have to take a test to be a surveyor. And they're like, what kind of test? They're like, trigonometry test to be a surveyor. And they're like, all right, well, let's take it. So I took it and I failed. And I'm like, oh no. And they said, don't worry, you still get 9 weeks. So they sent me to this school because I guess I was in a window if I didn't fail by that much. So they said, you get, now it was between 9 or 13 weeks at this school, and you get to take the test again. So I passed it the next time I took. So that's the extent of all the math that I took until it was time to, after my second vision. I had a vision in 1981 and then another one in 2017. And it was basically confirming what I already knew, that it was time to sell everything and follow the Lord. And I had saved up, you know, and I had, you know, made about $1 million and paid taxes on very little. So I cashed that all in and my, you know, and moved to Colorado and started, you know, with my presupposition was that the whole world had been terraformed. And so that led me to, you know, the Lord, you know, opened my eyes to flat earth, although I had been geocentric since 1995, and that's documented also. So that's, at that point, I started studying base 9 math using the lectures of Marco Rodin. You might have heard of him. And then I studied base 20 math and realized it's not that hard, because I had tried to keep up with my children who, Shelby, by the time she was in 3rd grade, was put into the STEM program, and she never went to a regular math class. They always pulled her out and gave her special math, so that the time she was going into her freshman year of college, she was on Calculus 4, and they thought she could take statistics at the time. Well, that, as you might have heard when she joined me for part of an interview yesterday, that's what broke her back and said, I'm done with math. We pushed her too hard. So you've got to learn about these Heisenberg effects and the fact that they faked it. There are no atomic bombs. It's just a fear factor. But what is real, they're 5G towers. Those are real. And so are the microwaves emitted from them all. Yeah, right, the vortex math. And that's what got me to believe more and more, because as we were studying early in the mud flood movement as Wise Up, we used to spend a lot of time on, look at all these electric buildings and stuff like that. Yeah. Amen. Amen. So we'll, as I broke in to share that and say hi to Lisa, I'll go back to our 10th grade advanced history classes on electricity. If you are a believer in the Most High Father and you are able to be extremely observant in your life, you will see how God will meet your needs. Satan wants to hide this prayer energy from us. Amen. Hallelujah.
His biographers paraphrasing. The question of whether an electron is a particle or wave is a sensible question in the classical context, where the relation between object of study and detector needs no specification. In quantum mechanics, that question is meaningless, however. There, one should rather ask, does the electron or any other object behave like a particle or like a wave? That question is answerable, but only if one specifies the experimental arrangement by means of which one looks at the electron. Bohr called this complementarity, pairs of complementary properties which cannot all be observed or measured simultaneously, like position and momentum or wave versus particle properties.
Right, they ran those lights through those slits and then reversed engineered a fanciful explanation for it. It's that simple. That's what she's too kind to say. It's what she's trying to say.
The debates about the uncertainty principle and Bohr's philosophies got so intense that the Solvay Congress decided they could no longer continue their embargo of German scientists and dedicated their entire meeting to the debate. At the conference, Einstein would wake up every morning to give Bohr a new thought experiment that was supposed to disprove uncertainty, and Bohr would find a solution by dinner time. Meanwhile, by June 1927, 25-year-old Heisenberg was offered a position as a full professor in Leipzig, making him the youngest full professor in Germany. Heisenberg became dedicated to starting a world-class physics program in Leipzig, with deep connections to Bohr in Copenhagen and Born in Göttingen. And for a few years, every physicist worth his or her salt learned German and went to Leipzig, Copenhagen, or Göttingen, and usually all three. By 1928, any disagreements between Bohr and Heisenberg were completely past. Heisenberg wrote Bohr apologizing for his ungrateful behavior, and Bohr replied, "Rarely have I felt myself in more sincere harmony with any other human being." In February 1932, the English scientist James Chadwick discovered the neutron, which is a heavy, chargeless material found in the nucleus. When Bohr found out about it, he immediately wrote Heisenberg.
So now we're at 1932, and they have barely established that they've faked it enough that it works in theory if nobody's watching. And what they're trying to do is set themselves up to be drafted like Wernher von Braun. Because by 1942, they know it's fake.
Here we have become very interested in the neutron problem, whereupon Heisenberg also wrote his own paper on the neutron to, quote, apply quantum mechanics to the nucleus. Bohr's liquid drop model ended up having major implications for the development of quantum mechanics and the development of the nuclear bomb. Heisenberg's theory from this time, as far as I can tell, was discounted pretty quickly, as he assumed the neutron was just an electron and proton sort of smushed together, which violated Heisenberg's own uncertainty principle. In January 1933, Heisenberg and Bohr's relationship got much more challenging because Hitler came to power.
My name is Adolf.
Heisenberg was convinced he was a flash in the pan and tried to convince all the scientists he could find to stay in Germany, or if they were forced to flee, that it was only a temporary thing and maybe they should just take a leave of absence. Bohr had no such ideas, was very concerned about Hitler, and formed committees which eventually helped over 300 scientists. Years later, Bohr's wife, Margaretha, recalled, "Oh, the 30s were such a terrible year. There we nearly collapsed. I remember when we went to America in 33, we had such a long list of people for whom we should try to find places." In addition, despite the fact that Bohr wasn't at all...
Oh, man, but they were too busy turning in their gold, man, because FDR had a New Deal, baby. And anyway, the fascist government was ending. They had to start rewriting history. Bail me out, Kathy.
Religious. He had something personal to fear from the Nazis because his mother was Jewish.
What? And he stayed in Germany?
Despite their differences on politics, Bohr and Heisenberg continued to be very close and visit often. Meanwhile, Heisenberg formed a very, very close relationship with his student, Carl Friedrich von Weizsäcker.
I'll bet he did.
Quote, "I saw Weizsäcker almost daily during the years 1931 to 1935. For example, in October 1934, Heisenberg wrote his mother that the only way he could understand the rise of Hitler was with the friendship of Carl Friedrich, who struggles in his own serious way with the world around us." Heisenberg's relationship with Weizsäcker got a little bit more complicated in 1936, when 34-year-old Heisenberg fell in love with Weizsäcker's 19-year-old sister, Adelaide, and her parents rejected the suit. A few months later, Weizsäcker ended his assistantship with Heisenberg and started an internship with Lisa Meitner in Berlin. Their
Wow, who wouldn't?
friendship remained a little distant until 1939, at the start of the war, when Weizsäcker invited Heisenberg to join the Uranium Club to study the military aspects of nuclear.
Oh, it's getting deep now. Look, Max Planck. He got invited to hang out with the Uranium Club. It's like a secret society of these math nerds that are going to all agree that the emperor has no clothes, so that people end up going to hell by being millstoned with a globe.
Fission. Back in 1936, Heisenberg felt very lonely without the young Weizsäcker. But then in January 1937, he met a young woman named Elizabeth Lee Schumacher, and 2 weeks later they were engaged. Heisenberg wrote Bohr that he would be worried about being a successful scientist and family man if it weren't for the great example of his idol Bohr. After their quick marriage, Heisenberg brought his new bride to Copenhagen to meet Bohr. In Copenhagen, Margaretha Bohr was a bit disturbed by the politics of her husband's protege and his wife. Margaretha.
What? You're a Nazi?
Took Lee on a private walk away from prying eyes, where there was no fear of being overheard, and said, quote, "Wouldn't it be nice for you to get rid of this terrible government and get some decent people?" To which Lee replied, "Oh, but what would we do without a Fuhrer?" Margaretha recalled, "That was the attitude of nice young Germans, so I gave up." As far as I can tell, Niels Bohr and Werner Heisenberg did not see each other for over 4 years. But the drought ended in September 1941, when Werner Heisenberg went back to Copenhagen, and Heisenberg wrote his wife, quote, "I'm once again in the city where a part of my heart has stayed stuck." But much had changed. Germany had been at war for 2 years by this time, and although Denmark had tried to stay neutral, they had been occupied by the Germans 16 months earlier. So Heisenberg wasn't just a visitor. He was a...
Hey, look at my nonsense. And everybody else said the emperor has no clothes. That cat could be alive or dead at the same time. Just don't look at it, and it'll always live. Look at the good little Nazi. He's a spy. He's going to leak it. We're trying to make nuclear bombs for Nazi Germany. Oh, we better get busy and get those Americans on the job. We've all seen Independence Day 1, 2, many times.
Representative of a repressive regime that was oppressing their country. This time, Heisenberg's pro-Nazi comments were too prevalent to be ignored by Niels Bohr. And even stranger, Heisenberg told Bohr outright that he was working on nuclear bombs for Hitler. Which brings up the question, why? And that mystery is solved next time on the Lightning Tamers. Thanks for watching my video. Please remember...
Man, thank you. Wasn't that awesome? Now, like, wait, I just wanted to see this one, not the whole mix. What are you doing to me here? What's going on?
To give it a thumbs up and share it on social media. And if you really want to be nice, you can become one of my patrons. Thank you, patrons. There's a link down below. Okay, remember to stay safe and be nice.
That's the one?
Or semi-classical theory of atoms. By the end of 1923, Heisenberg had formed a new theory and sent it to his friend Wolf.
In 1905, Einstein, with his theory of relativity, had shaken conventional concepts of time and space. To an observer, if an object is moving at almost the speed of light, namely 186,000 miles per second, time will appear to be passing more slowly. 1913, Bohr had given a bold explanation of the relationship between light and matter. The atom, the smallest unit of all matter, emits and absorbs energy in the course of so-called quantum jumps. The quantum jump was a transition between two states which physics was quite incapable of describing. It was the development of modern atomic physics, quantum mechanics, in the 1920s that was to separate the two physicists. The Niels Bohr Institute in Copenhagen became one of the most influential centers of physics. Physicists came from all over the world to work here with Bohr. They were faced with conditions in the atomic world that were quite incompatible with traditional thinking. For centuries, light had been described as waves, but in 1905 Einstein had demonstrated that it also had a particle nature. These light particles were called light quanta, or photons. The same thing applied to the atom, whose components were first regarded as being solid particles of matter. But other experiments demonstrated that they could just as well be regarded as waves. How were light and matter to be understood in the face of such contradictory descriptions? In 1927, Niels Bohr compounded the experiences of physicists into an explanation of these problems. To observe atomic particles, you have to use measuring instruments. And this will have its consequences, because observation will inevitably disturb the atomic particle. What we see in reality, Bohr called a phenomenon resulting from an interaction between the measuring apparatus and the atomic particle. When in one experiment, the components of the atom behave as particles of matter, and in another as waves, this is due to interactions with different kinds of measuring apparatus. Niels Bohr called this condition for our perception complementarity. Although the particle and the wave cannot be united in an overall picture, we must still accept them as equally necessary for the best possible description. The atom, as it is, free and isolated, thus lies quite beyond our capacity for perception.
Bohr developed a view in which he essentially would say that reality was unknown or unknowable, or even had no meaning in reality by itself, that reality was, except on the large-scale level of ordinary experience, as atomic reality had no meaning. All that we had were phenomena produced in an experiment. And that, and then the quantum theory deals with the
Boy, I love making things simple rather than complicated. Love it. Let's go over one fact that is undeniable. Every branch of science or so-called science throughout history has done one thing consistently. Always and in all ways. They've always thought that their crap is accurate. Every single branch of physics, today, 30 years ago, 50 years ago, 100 years ago, 200, 300, it's all the same. They've all thought their crap was accurate, and they've always been proven wrong. Absolutely every time. Do you think anybody understands what magnetism is or how a magnet works? Nope. Well, one person does, I do. I spent many, many years on it, and I finally figured it out, and it's irrefutable. I'll stake my life on it, and I'll debate it in front of anybody on the face of this planet. How does modern general relativity and quantum mechanics explain magnetism? Well, let's quote Richard Feynman. He's got a very famous video where he sits and squirms and wiggles and squirms in his chair. Like you've asked him, how many skeletons he's got in his basement. He says, well, it's too complicated for me to explain to you. However, he does explain it. He actually doesn't explain it. In his book, QED, Strange Theory of Light and Matter. And the current scientific explanation for instantaneous action at a distance, i.e. magnetism, i.e. how a field operates, is virtual particles. Well, what's a virtual particle? Well, they don't exist. They're not the inputs or outputs of any experimentation, and they themselves will admit, quote unquote, virtual particles are created to balance out equations. What? That's no different than saying unicorns or leprechauns, or that which mediates fields and magnetism. It's ridiculous. They've also reified space. Let's quote Nikola Tesla on Einstein. Einstein is a beggar wrapped in purple robes whom ignorant folks take for the king. The theory that he said, his theories are wrapped in errors and fallacies, like clothes in a magnificent mathematical garb which fascinates, dazzles, and makes people blind to the underlying errors. This theory of relativity is like a beggar in purple clothes.
That quote was intercepted by Pigeon Post.
A magnificent mathematical garb which fascinates, dazzles, and makes people blind to the underlying errors. This theory of relativity is like a beggar in purple clothes who the ignorant people take for a king. To say that in the presence of large bodies, space becomes curved is equivalent to stating that something can act upon nothing. Since action and reaction are coexistence, it follows that the supposed curvature of space, a la Einstein, is absolutely impossible. He goes on and on. He says that the theory of relativity is a mass of errors and deceptive ideas violently opposed to the great teaching of men of science of the past and even to common sense. Too bad, Sir Isaac, this is a poem that Tesla wrote. Too bad, Sir Isaac Newton, they dimmed your renown and turned your great science upside down. Now a long-haired crank, Einstein by name, put your high teachings to blame. He says that matter and force are transmutable, and wrong are the laws that you taught. I am much too ignorant, my son, for grasping at such crazy schemes so finely spun. My conclusion is different from Einstein's to the extent that they disproved Einstein's theory. My explanations of natural phenomena are not so involved as his. They're simpler, and when I'm ready to make a full announcement, it will be seen that I have proven my conclusions. I want to talk about the two things really quickly that scares the living piss. All you have to do is run across the best minds in general relativity, quantum mechanics, and all you have to do is ask them about two things, and they will stutter and piss themselves and scratch their ass and stammer, or they'll give you some sort of BS response to dazzle you, like throwing glitter in your eyeballs. Just ask them what one or two things are. Ask them to denote them, in other words, define them. They cannot. They never will. Instantaneous action at a distance and the word field, or in Greek, choros. They can't do it. Why? Because quantum mechanics and general relativity is nothing different than ancient Greek atomism. The premise is that the entire universe is a bunch of rolling microscopic BBs, most of which are invisible, and it's just like a rain stick. There's nothing but a bunch of rolling particles around, subatomic and otherwise, and everything is mediated by particles. But they know that's not true ultimately, because they know that fields are particle-free, and then if things are particles, then instantaneous action at a distance, which we know does occur, obviously, has nothing to do with particles, because obviously they'll be traveling faster than light, and according to GR and QM, nothing can travel faster than light. Oh, well, they've got a magical unicorn explanation for that. They got time-traveling particles and all. Their premise is that Mother Nature is an insane crack whore. Okay? That is the premise, irreducibly so, that quantum mechanics and general relativity forward is that Mother Nature is an insane crack whore. They have absolutely no empirical data to prove anything regarding general relativity or quantum mechanics as regards the denotation or even the connotation of the word field.
See, this is kind of what I wanted to say, but I was too angry and I couldn't tone it down like he has.
They cannot denote the word field. It is impossible for them. Nobody has ever defined field. I'm actually working on the book for the term field. It's just so simplex. So let's look at their explanation.
I want to take a second now to interrupt and drop a link in and see if Ella Rose wants to join me here and voice any distaste for quantum physics or anything like that. I showed a couple of her videos recently, and showed a video from Outback John. They seem to be getting along fine when, you know, honestly, everything we hear about in the United States is that Australia is right there lined up, you know, with Big Brother, you know, breathing down their neck. So here she is, everyone. Ella Rose, how are you?
Good morning. Hello, everyone. I'll just move away from the birds so they're not as loud. But yeah, hello. Hello to you and everyone. Sorry I've been a bit quiet. It's just been a bit hectic. And both my mum and dad have had really bad heart problems since they've had the jab. So, yeah, it's not been good for them.
Ella, my daughter called yesterday while I was doing a live stream.
Yeah, I seen that. That was beautiful. Yeah.
She got her sense of smell back.
Great.
After 3 weeks, and then she said for about, I think, a week or two, everything smelled bad, but now it's back to normal.
See, my mom and dad, they don't have this smell or anything. I'm gonna go see Dad this morning.
The thing about with Shelby though is that she will not put anything poison in her body except the vaccine. Excuse me, hypothetically, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yep. Yeah.
So that's the secret. I think that people that, you know, no matter, I think honestly, we should take those Bible scriptures about, you know, Jesus said you could take up any poison thing. I honestly think that it could be something as simple as apple cider vinegar and colloidal silver could offset. You know, I don't think we should give up on the vax.
Yeah, well, I mean, I have a flu shot every year, and like I'm not anti, but I'd rather wait. I've looked into this one, and it seems that in Supreme Court in 2013, they had a thing going, if they can change your cDNA, does that mean you become the property of the owner of that patent? And the Supreme Court basically said yes. And looking at everything that's in this one, they're genetically altering your DNA. So technically you become their property.
Wouldn't that be crazy that if like, my goodness, I know there's not a lot of respect for human life, but what if they started confiscating bodies after they're dead?
Yeah.
And they go like, oh, we're, you know, we have to do it properly for you and cremate it. They'll give you something back, but who knows? Let's say we're writing a novel. If I was going to get real crazy, I'd say they're taking those bodies and using them for Soylent Green.
Oh, of course, they wouldn't be wasting it. No way. And I've noticed here there's a huge drop in people around. I don't think it's just people scared, but it just seems to me there's less people around. It just feels that way. Do you know what I mean? I look at the death notices in the paper the other day, and it's almost like 3 pages long of the big broadsheet paper, and that's a lot of people dying. And it's sad to see people in their 20s and 30s dying. You know, occasionally you see people dying from accidents, but there's a lot of 20 and 30-year-olds in the death notices, and it shouldn't be that way.
You want to know what something weird I heard that for some reason it kind of set me off a little bit? Was 70% of the children in Mexico, and I agree with you, I don't like to call children kids. But
yeah, I don't.
70% of the children in Mexico are obese. They're not just fat, they're obese. I'm going like, wait a minute. I thought they were all so hungry they're trying to get in the United States.
Yeah, I thought they were starving from what they were saying.
Now, if you, as long as you're here, I think I'm going to play that video on Pompeii, at least the last half of it.
Okay.
And if you could, just go ahead whenever you want me to interrupt and give commentary.
I think it's very interesting, and thank you for saying that word. I didn't know how to say that word.
Which word?
The word about it was about abundance.
Abundanza.
Yeah, I didn't know.
You're too young. You're too young, because in the early 60s, there was a company called Prince Spaghetti, and they tried to make it where everything was, every Wednesday night was Prince Spaghetti night, and it always showed this happy Italian mom going abbondanza,
Oh, okay. Yep.
and because
Yeah.
and then the guy would go, abbondanza means abundance in Italian. So how could I ever forget that?
How can you? Yeah. See, like, we don't sort of get that much like on the TV back then. I grew up with one TV station, so we don't. Yeah, I didn't know.
Yeah, I've seen that. Like, I know that because you were under the crown. I saw that one clip when Austin Powers was singing with Madonna, and he was going BBC One, BBC Two, BBC
Yeah.
Three. It's because that's all you get is like 3 or 4 BBC channels.
Yeah, well,
But
see, we had
anyway-
ABC, which was the Australian Broadcasting Commission, which was run by the government and fully promoted the Crown and the Queen and, you know, all that kind of stuff. And then we got Channel 10, which is, I think it's CBS over there. They own it.
Well, I know that if it wasn't for Australian TV, we wouldn't have as easy a chance to disprove the NASA moon hoax, because what did they, you know, right when they showed it live, they forgot it was midnight when they put the camera there and they showed somebody walk by with a Coke on the moon or something.
Yeah, Stanley Kubrick did that. But I think he also did that to show people that it was fake, because he was very against the elite. I think he was trapped and couldn't get out of it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he started outing them sort of, you know, when
Well,
he got
so
too-
many of those people, like my dad, once they joined the Freemasons, I think innocently enough, you know, my dad just zipped up, and, you know, the only thing he would never tell me anything directly, but he would, you know, starting in the early 80s, he would always just hint.
Yeah.
You know, I think you're not studying genetic corn enough, Alan. You don't even care about genetic corn. And I'd be going like, what? I'm studying it. It's all good, Dad. You know, and I keep studying, and he goes, you don't even know that the ducks die if they eat genetic corn. I'm going like, what are you talking about? I can't find that. Sure enough, later on, he was right. He was right about a lot of stuff. So anyway, feel free, just go like, hey, and I'll interrupt the video. So let's pick up. Ella Rose is back, and she got some information here that I think is worth sharing again about Pompeii.
Yeah, thank you.
Theatre and several near misses. The wall of the gladiators' training school was hit 3 places. There was a crater in the east end of the Villa de Ambrosio, to which incomplete evacuation had prevented further damage. The houses of Rex and were hit. The Celloni and the house of someone, Rufus, were destroyed. The houses used for restoration north of the Villa di Album and the adjoining house were destroyed. The temple of Jupiter on the western side of the forum was hit. The temple of Apollo and the house of most north and Via Maria were badly damaged. The museum is now in ruins, but how much of the contents perished remains to be disclosed. I saw a few photos of it. It didn't look like there was much.
In these pictures here, where my mouse is, Ella, you can see that these have those holes in the middle.
Like rebar, like something.
Yeah, I believe that it was, you know, cast. I think that's that Jupliner or that geopolymer resin that just looks like
geopolymer. That's it. Yeah.
And that they just came in kits and just, you know, line them up, put a pole down the middle, stack them up to where their ribs match up, and boom, you're done.
Yep. I think they've been trying to get rid of all that sort of geopolymer stuff, and apparently as it gets older, it gets harder. And I think that's what they've been trying to do, is break all that stuff up. Now, that museum that they bombed, it was pretty much destroyed to the point where there was nothing left. And in that museum, they had bodies, they had all kinds of artifacts that were found. And there was a lot of artifacts there that they didn't even know what their purpose was or what they did. So
when I saw the pattern of the bombs that, you know, when they were laying, I was thinking, how hard would it be just to have one plane drop some bombs And then you go in, if there were just a couple of strategic things you wanted to bomb, just go like, oh, well, that blew up too.
Yeah. And like UAP said, why did they have to have so much bomb? Do you know what I mean? Like, he worked it out, and it was an astronomical amount that they did. Do you know what I mean? It was a huge amount.
The thing is it seems that everywhere, like in your other video with the jars, the plane of jars, that, you know, everywhere out there, they said there's 1 billion landmines or something.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. And I think that's done so the people don't go there. Do you know what I mean? The locals don't go,
Yeah.
you know, investigating caves or trenches. And I think it's done so people tourism. Do you know what I mean? And same as Cambodia. Look what they done in Cambodia with Pol Pot. You know, why were they so hell-bent on killing 2 million people? What were those people? Who were those people? And you know, what were they hiding in the land that they don't want these other people to find out about?
Well, there was a lot more to that, Ella Rose, because in 1972, I was still a young man. That was like my first known genocide. So I did study it. And they were doing genocide through eugenics. If somebody wore glasses that were too thick, you dead. If you studied too much, you dead. They needed somebody that was just their brains to be MK Ultra enough, had to be tabula rasa, blank slate.
Yes, someone that wouldn't question what they are doing. Is what they want, you know.
Along the way, they were getting rid of what they thought were genetic weak links.
Yeah. Yeah.
Here we go. Back to the video.
Cool. Yep.
So the head of the active evacuations, the professor, he was last heard of at the hospital with the injury he'd received. The officer was told that 2 bombs had fallen on the Temple of Hercules in Region 8 and that the houses of Saltost and Penenza in Region 6 had also received a direct hit. It seems to me they were just out to get rid of stuff. This article says that at least 10 unexploded bombs, Allied bombs, were at Pompeii. At least 10 unexploded bombs dropped by the Allies during the Second World War are hidden within the foundations of the archaeological site of Pompeii, Italian media have reported. In August 1943, they say they dropped 165 bombs. They carried 9 different air raids. 96 bombs were located and deactivated. The other bombs ended up in the area of the site that has not yet been evacuated. Many of them were diffused or had hardly exploded, but at least 10 of those explosives are still there. So it goes on about the first time. So I'll leave the links in the description. The 66 hectares, 163 acres of the archaeological area, only 44 have been evacuated, and at least 10 exploded bombs are yet to be found in the 22 remaining hectares, according to the investigation. The Archaeological Museum of Pompeii said there's no risk for visitors. The site has regularly drawn up a reclamation project which is carried out by the military, and the area of reclamation was carried out per metre. Coincidentally, the 165 bombs were dropped by the Allies in Pompeii on the 24th of August 1943, the same day of year in AD 79, in which the ancient city of Pompeii was formerly believed to have been destroyed by an eruption.
That's just too much for me. How much do they expect us to believe?
Yeah, that's right.
It's
conflicting, isn't it? There's many different reports.
I guess the odds are only 1 in 365, but still, I don't like it.
Eruption that killed more than 2,000 people. In October 2018, however, a newly discovered inscription in Pompeii proves that the city was destroyed by Mount Vesuvius after the 17th of October 1879 and not on the 24th of August as previously thought. The Pompeii ruins near Naples were discovered in the 16th century, with the first evacuations beginning in 1748. It has become one of the most visited archaeological sites in the world. It's not about frescoes and all sorts of art that's left there. I'll leave these in the description for you. In this book, this view quote here, bombing was mostly carried out in good visibility with very little opposition, but the intended targets were too close to the sun.
By this time, Germany knew they were going to lose the war. The United States was only involved in this war for 3 years, 8 months, and 3 weeks.
I think it was all planned actually for United States to be the military arm of the NWA because Queen Victoria put all her children in the right spot, and it was her grandson that was the Kaiser there at the time. So with her grandson in Germany, the other one in Russia, the other one's in what's it Sweden or something? She had another one, and then it just seems to me that the Masons had it all planned out. Do you know what I mean? They knew what they wanted to do. They went in and did the French Revolution, got rid of most of the stuff there, and then at the turn of the century, they started to look at the other areas, And these areas, when I was a child, were no-go zones, You couldn't go there because they were closed off, either war or, they had these crazy, crazy dictators there. And I'm beginning to question if these people were the dictators and it's the other way around. I'm questioning if these people were actually good people, that didn't want to be part of the New World and were opposing it and then got the label of a dictator. That's what I question.
Well, the thing is that I still remember, I'd have to look up the exact date, but we had a family and two of the girls became kind of like stars on my volleyball team, and they were from Romania, and they fled right after Nicholas Ceausescu was overthrown and hung just like Mussolini.
Yeah, I had a boyfriend that come from Romania in the 90s to Australia, and his parents went through hell. Yeah, they were shooting people, like they would just come up and shoot people in the middle of the night. It was like the Gestapo. If you did one thing wrong, there was no food. It was cold. They were lucky to actually get to Australia. They said it was just pure hell, and there were landmines everywhere.
They
that
were
was another thing.
happy to be there, going to a Christian school. And Lydia was such a tiny girl, but she had a real snap when she served overhand, and she could get to do it, that little dip that the ball will do when it takes a dive. And oh my goodness, boy, we were a force to be reckoned with. But her brothers, they came over here. It didn't take them long, but the second year they were there, cell phones were just coming out. And I saw they had a cell phone antenna on their car, and I went like, "What are you guys doing? You got a cell phone in there?" You're like,
that was a lot of money to have that in your car. Yeah.
No, they just bought a fake antenna for $5 because they had to commit. They lived in Chicago and had to drive out to Arlington Heights every day, so they just wanted people to think they had a phone, and they had witnessed a dictator get hung. They're like, what a world. What a world.
Yeah, it's a crazy world, isn't it?
They were good at soccer. But, everything's brand new. It's all just happening now. You know.
I don't think all of these events, like we look at the Bible and all that, I don't think it was that long ago, to be honest. With the years that have been changed with the Bible and everyone going on about the dates. My family history on my grandmother's side, Irish, we can go back to 1180, but there's nothing at all before then. Nothing at all.
No,
so why did the records?
That's much further than most people by far. My family, and they had my family Aunt Gwen. She has money, and she studied it hard. And we could only go back to the late 1700s. The first Hughes side of the family ancestors' name was Sarah Cobb.
Yeah,
that's as far as we go. They came from Wales, and it was like she married.
See, my grandmother is a Bell, so pretty much all the Bells and the Bakers in Australia are related to distantly, some way or another. But she was a Bell. But it's just strange that it goes back to the 1180s and there's nothing. It just stops at 1180.
Right.
There's just nothing at all.
This is important here because I'm ready to, I'm always ready to debate, and simply because I've developed a systematic theology and I can make it work with the 1,000 years, and it started in 1711 and go up to 9/11. That doesn't mean that somebody's not going to come up with a new idea on the rest of the dead lived not for 1,000 years ago, and it was as late as somewhere around 1914, 1915, when the rest of the dead got taken out, when the rest of the armies were dying in this so-called World War I. And as far as I'm concerned, if somebody told me that World War I is exactly how they fought in the Bible, I'd believe it. Because World War I still, 15 million horses were killed.
Yeah, it was a nasty war, and the gases they used to, kill people were absolutely horrendous,
And simply the arms race of where you would go up to it with all of the cannons and everything else that you were mostly, ornate bronze cannons that didn't look like they were made to be fired. And
I don't think
that most of the times they'd send out, look, let's just put 5 people against 5 people, because they didn't want a lot of times that, there were a lot of massacre wars in the Bible, but there were a lot of times they just said, look, let's parlay. You're going to win. I'll pay you. We don't need death.
That's
but
right.
Not in World War I, everybody got involved.
Yeah, and look at the technological advancements from World War I to World War II, even with the French Revolution and the Spanish Revolutions, how quickly everything changed technology-wise in the advancements of what they used, The other thing I was saying about United States with the war, before they came in and were the saviors, the Swiss Army were the saviors. They were the ones that would hire out their armies to go and do the dirty work in the battles.
I believe mercenaries still do their number one job and protect the Pope, who wants to be able to, secretly steal riches he could burn people alive.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. They're not very nice at all. And I think that's what the US was set up for, so they could be the new mercenaries, because they go in, and US does a lot of stuff now, and the Swiss Army doesn't do as much. They just protect the Pope.
Yeah, they're just a conduit for their laundering money. Now, we're going to be coming up on a part where I think you're the video that I saw. They found a US Army inscription and graffiti.
Yeah. Oh no, I think they said it was British or Australian, because the way the date was written.
That's right. It was somebody from the Allied forces. Do you want to any of your thoughts that now you've had more time to think about that before we get to it?
Just from what I remember my granddad saying about the war, just some of the stuff he said makes more sense to me now. And it makes more sense in the way that, they never talked. Do you know what I mean? They were never discussing what happened to their family, or even when they go to the club afterwards and have a chat, they just all sort of kept quiet. And I think he knew he was being used to do the dirty work, to clean up a previous sort of culture, and he didn't want to be a part of it, but he had to. He was conscripted into it.
Well, let's look at it. All those men from Australia who were basically, percentage-wise, overrepresented in deaths and in participants in that war.
Most of them were little boys too. They weren't very old. Like my grandfather lied about his age. He was only 16, and my great uncle Frank Bell, he was in the first war in France, and he was only 14, so these weren't really men. They were little boys, sent to do the dirty work for these elite.
Imagine the logistics and the supply chain, that even if they were going over there to fake it, to say that they bombed all those cities and they were really discovering ruins, how would they know? But it would still take a national effort to get them over there, feed them,
of course,
move them forward, to end up going to Berlin to take over their extrusion presses, because everybody else was still using rivets to make their planes.
That's right. They got the 3 big presses.
Extruding metal.
Yep. And once they got those presses, they were set for World War II. They could manufacture the airplanes that they needed, the tanks that they needed, because they had these big, 40-ton presses, weren't they? Or a bit bigger than that. They were massive. I think Russia got one.
The rest of the world finally learned that technology and reverse engineered, because we did it, because the Nazis were the only one extruding missiles that could make the V2 rockets also. and we wanted to be able to fake a moon race, and you needed to be able to extrude aluminum to make something, supposedly light enough to shoot 250,000 miles with the computer space of a Casio watch in 1972.
Yeah. It's unreal. Like the
That was
technology.
video, everybody.
Yeah, the technology that we have now, it's unreal that, my son's Xbox has more memory and ability than what they had,
Right, but we're still using a lot of the propeller C-130 airplanes and everything from World War II. The tanks are still from World War II, but just with some computers added to them. Not much has changed. Here we go.
No.
Pompeii and Allied soldiers leaving graffiti.
Site and contemporary bombing methods too inaccurate to avoid damaging the Roman Pompeii. However, as noted, alternative explanations emerged at the time and sometimes reoccur even in recent discussions. The explanations hold that ancient Pompeii was bombed deliberately, either because the German troops occupied the site or because Allied commanders mistakenly believed that they did. There are three intersecting strands seen in contemporary media and post-war memoirs and accounts. One is exemplified by the accounts of Allied journalists and military personnel who visited the site after its liberation. Other comprise the memories and opinions of contemporary Italian civilians, especially Amino Mari, the archaeological superintendent of the Campria, whose activities at Pompeii at the time have been extremely recently. Another strand derives from broadcast by Radio Londra, the BBC wartime Italian language service, following the first bombing of Pompeii. The interrelationships of these strands are complicated by their chronology, with all dates to the events that occurred between 25th of August and 2nd October 43. The dates on which the accounts were broadcast or published range from the 29th of August 1943 to 1978. The accounts set out here. So it goes on about when it was first bombed. The RAF suggested over 300 bombs, but they say it was 4 to 6. This just tells you what sort of goes on. Shows you Pompeii, the Santorini with Mount Vesuvius.
Now, Ella, you said that the Germans said they wouldn't put the tanks in there because they couldn't maneuver in the town. It looks like they could maneuver in that town.
Yeah, no, they could have if they wanted to. Even in the older part, they could have. Do you know what I mean? They were pretty hell-bent on destruction everywhere else. Why didn't they want to damage the rest? Why did they only go after a specific area? Yeah.
It's crazy. I can't believe that that's Pompeii.
I mean, you would think that's, America or Europe looking at the building, or Italy, just looking at it. It's similar to what we have all over the world. I mean, you see those buildings in Mexico.
I'd like to get I'd like to get this car and turn it into an RV.
Yeah, what is it? One of those early buses, is it?
Yeah, it looked like that. People carrier of some type.
But look how beautiful those buildings are, like all the decorations and everything. Like,
So it'd be just like going to almost every town in Europe. Yeah, we got ruins outside town.
Yeah.
Crazy.
And people don't even sort of notice it or acknowledge it because they're programmed not to notice, really.
Right. We paid our money. This is it.
Yeah.
Buyer's remorse. Big tank could go down that road.
Oh, of course it could. It would fit. It would fit. And I mean, if it was a star fort, I'm sure it would have stuff underneath, like they would have all the water stuff. And
Southern Italy in the autumn of 1943, Allied forces fought to dislodge German soldiers and disrupt their resupply routes. Important targeted roads, railways, bridges, and passes were located near the archaeological site of Pompeii. The ruins were badly damaged by a series of bombings carried out by the American and British fighters. Significant destruction occurred.
You know why this took so long? because they were building the rat line so they could get all of the Catholics could get all the Nazis moved to Argentina and Brazil and Paraguay.
Because the Pope was actually helping the Nazis with that spot just out of Italy there, and they used there was a fort there, and they turned it into a hospital, and they were treating them, and the Pope said they weren't there, but they were there.
For all we know, it's the Knights Templars and their secret societies trying to help.
Yeah. Yeah.
We should look that up in just a minute.
Yeah.
Right, some of Pompeii's most famous monuments, as well as museum, were struck. After the war, many of the structures were rebuilt. Ironically, the recent highly publicized collapse of some of the Pompeiian buildings did not involve ancient structures, but rather post-World War II reconstruction.
So why were they wanting to destroy the World War II, era buildings? The newer buildings. They just.
You know what? Why do they try to prop up that Albert Speer designed all those German buildings?
And like that other video I did yesterday of that Prunella Park, apparently that was the first place in Queensland to have hydroelectricity in 1930, but I'm pretty sure I've seen water wheels elsewhere. Do you know what I mean? Like the old setup of a water wheel and the windmill to generate power. But I find it unique that they had tunnels in that place. I feel it's older than what they say. I've never really heard of the rat lines. Like my granddad was a rat at Trabuc, where he ran along a bit of string each night to run messages between the areas, like the camps and that on the battlefronts, because he was such a fast young runner. That's the only sort of rat I know about.
Well, you're going to find out about another one. What is the capital of Australia now? Canberra? How do you spell
Canberra is Canberra. That's it. And see, I showed that geometry in that other video I made, how they had all the layout for it before it was even built.
Right.
I'm trying to think what video it was.
I thought this was one where he talked.
Apparently, in Washington there, it's got Prince George's name and Prince Charles's name on the layout of the design. Just trying to find what video it was.
I know there's one where he explains the whole thing about Cambria.
Canberra is very sacred to the Aboriginals. It's on a ley line where they all converse. That's why Canberra is so sacred. Just trying to find the video.
We're on a race now.
All right.
Great Pyramids is one. He has a lot, but the one in Cambria, because to change the capital is something that's happening in a number of different places right now.
Yeah, it was to be in Adelaide first, is where the capital was to be. And then they changed it to Canberra. See, Canberra was an Aboriginal land, and just it come from this woman in America. They put a competition in Chicago for the design of the city, and this woman and her husband was a famous Freemason, and of course they got the contract to do the layout of it. So
it's got to be one of these.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find it where I made the video of Canberra.
Oh, okay.
not sure when it was, but I did make one showing all the ley lines and the sacred geometry of it.
Okay, we'll keep looking.
Time's going so fast, it's hard to keep up.
So we can at least look at some of it. So here's Collins Park. And this was made out of nothing to say, we're going to make this capital from scratch. And it's just as mysterious as Washington, D.C.
Yeah. I think I found the video.
Okay. You know.
Okay. I found it.
I'll send you a link to share the screen.
Oh, okay. I don't know if I can do it because I'm using the iPad. It's 4 months ago. Go to my channel.
Can you send it to me in the private chat?
Yep, we'll do. Okay. Hang on. I don't want to lose it through that. No, I'll probably lose it because it's on the thing.
Bill's in the house.
I'll copy the link and just try and drop it in the thing now. Because it shows the geometry of it and how. I'll just drop the link in the chat for you.
That won't work. It has to be in the private chat.
Oh, okay.
Because usually when I click on a comment in the chat, it just shows it.
Okay, now hang on. I should be able to copy it then. Okay, yeah, I can copy it in the chat. Yeah, my iPhone's stuffed. I can't believe the cost they wanted to repair it. It's unreal.
I filled up my computer. I had to buy a new one.
Yeah, I heard the BIOS thing going crazy.
But it turned out to be good. Yeah, it was beeping like crazy. Okay, everybody,
now I just
hold on to your hat.
Shared it in private chat.
And anytime you want to interrupt, go ahead.
Yeah.
Now, where do you want to go in this video?
So it's at the start. I was just looking. Yeah, go start at the start there on that video.
How you going? How's it over there at the moment? Like, is it locked down? Are you able to move about?
Probably have to go forward a minute or two. I'll do an intro to hello. Say hello to everyone.
Okay. Share this one.
Oh, that's cool. That's a good start.
Thanks. Dum dum dum.
Canberra, the centennial tribute to Walter Burley and Marion Mahoney Griffin. I'm just going to share what I have found. I knew it was really sort of authentic, but yeah. So they had 9 weeks of driver work to get it done from Chicago. Walter Burley Griffin got it, but most of his work was done by his wife, precisely how much we don't know. And also viewed at aerial perspective, full three-dimensional forms. Furthermore, it is a Mandela icon, or allegorical, mystical dream state is only present atomic city replicate several urban geometry. It also represents a poetic, visionary Canberra populated with indigenous as well as visiting spirits whose presence, import, and symbolism have eluded the public for just over a century. Painting is also a festive moment, a joyous peace to occasion where publicly celebrates the conception of new national capital as well as privately rejoining the recent marriage of its creators. The marvelous work defies classification. In some ways it resembles a religious fresco, sacred mosaic, or richly jeweled enamel. Christian artists.
Yeah, I'd say that they definitely have their religion right up there in my face.
Yeah, it's there. Like you can see it. You see it in a minute. It shows. I'll show you where it does. Yeah.
Walls and ceilings of their churches with gods, devils, angels, saints, and maidens married. Mahoney Griffin crammed her dreamscape with very personal images of a country she'd never seen, of its regional inhabitants. 2 million new owners.
She'd never been there.
Of a cosmic city that did not exist yet. Came to this insight by a curious note, having studied the magic of America, I formed a hunch about the city and everyone's image. The Griffins were deeply religious, interested in philosophy, as well read, especially in Oriental traditions. Had a copy of James Ferguson's classic history of India, Eastern architecture in their office library. The Griffins were also interested in astrology, cosmology, mysticism, mythology, theosophy, and other historic traditions, including the beliefs of the Australian Aboriginals and the Indigenous American tribes. The Griffins' original plan for Canberra included historic details were first suggested by Peter Muller in his memorial lecture in 1976, and more of these were revealed by Peter Proudfoot, The Secret Plan of Canberra, 1994. This is the book here. I did look it up. I'm going to try and order it from the library. My hypothesis was somewhat specific on the basis that what I had read in Magic of America predicted what I found. The Griffiths Canberra plan was of what the Indian theorists called, I can't say that word properly.
I can't say that word, sorry.
Dwelling Prashna is usually translated as man. Then the combined term, was it Vastu Prashna? It can mean something very...
It's going to be based on the Vesica Piscis, which is when you overlap two circles, it's that part in the middle with the angle.
That's what Da Vinci did with that drawing with the man, isn't it? The Vesica Piscis. Yeah.
Like genius, like spirit of the place, mandala, originally meant a circle or a wheel, but in this context it means diagram, perhaps an icon. Traditional Indian architecture, a temple has to be planned on a mandala or a diagram, usually a square subdivided by a square grid, which includes a schematic representation of a human figure. The practice probably goes back to ancient foundation rituals involving the sacrifice and burial of a human victim at the temple site. All of this may seem long away from Western town planning, but Leonardo's famous sketch of the Vitruvian Man, or Homo Menstra, 1490, relating to the proportions of the human figure and geometry of square and circle, represents a fairly close...
The Homo Menstra is man as the measure. Man is the measure of things.
Okay.
The Griffiths plan for Canberra is based on two principal axes. The primary land axis runs from Mount Ainslie, slight west to southwest of the highest mountains of ACT, Broomview Park, some 52 kilometres away in the Great Dividing Range. The water axis is much shorter. It runs at right angles from Black Mountain, passing just below a small prominence known as Mount Pleasant, near the present Defence Complex and the American War Memorial at Russell. From their ingenious analysis of the competition brief, the Griffiths were not only able to position ceremonial Canberra in a magnificent landscape perfectly, as if it had always been there, but also fuse a new city and its pastoral setting into an organic whole by a novel application of traditional urban geometry. Their solution was represented in a cosmic mandala, which reworks the ancient urban symbolism and growing icon, while also portraying the ideal capital in a landscape that is both realistic and fantastic.
Well, as long as they fuse it into a beautiful organic thing, then okay.
So this is supposed to be the head and the body. Don't know how they managed to draw this when they were living in Chicago.
Right.
How did they get it? Like, how come Australians didn't get it?
And doesn't this kind of look like an angled view of Antarctica? Something's going on here. They got too much weirdness, man. They're guilty.
So these are the intersecting lines. There's a Trelawney current that runs through the main building. Ancient temples, big rocks marked mind harmonizing telepathic waves linked to the Earth's geometric.
Can you pause that for a second, Ellen? That main Truric line, where the new Australian Parliament House is, converges on that spot. And they have these basalt pillars that go deep into the ground, and then they connect up to that tower, that metal tower on the top. But they go really deep, those basalt pillars on those lines. Where those lines are exactly, they have them. So I just wanted to say that.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's like it's almost tapping into the ether.
That's what those lines are, and those lines all join here. They all meet here. They go from one mountain to...
Maybe they're underneath the pillars of the earth. Who knows?
And they actually the Aboriginals set the old Parliament House on fire a few weeks ago. Don't know if you heard about that one, but they were doing a smoking ceremony at the front, and they pushed the cops back and set the front door on fire, and the front of the building, it looks all burned now.
Good.
Yeah.
The other one's positive, one's negative by the sound of it. There's much more rich, dazzling image than for meets the eye. At the bottom of the scale, which is revealed in 2002, 1 unit of scale equals a mile. If we adjust our compass to the unit, we find that it exactly corresponds to the radius of a circle, which centered at the intersection of land and water axis, passes both through the centre of Capitol Hill, site of the new Parliament House, and the site of what the Griffins intended to be the second most important building in Canberra, the People's Casino at the foot of Mount Ainslie. At the heart of the Griffin's Canberra, we find an extremely ancient cosmic symbol, the mandala of a circle enclosing a crucible or St. Andrew's Cross. This becomes the Egyptian high.
That just is soaking in. The second most important building in this planned city was a casino.
Yeah, well, to them it was. Yeah, doesn't make
Wow.
sense, does it? Yeah.
Yeah, unless you're marketing to gamblers.
Photograph for a city or a town where the circle represents the tremos or sacred enclosure of the urban space, and the cross represents the principal streets that divide the town into its four quarters. See figure 16. The discovery of the land axes, the two more circles on the same radius, one central Capitol Hill and the other proposed casino down the side of the Australian War Memorial, reveals another important matter, the Pythagorean triad. According to the Neoplatonist philosopher, the triad of three equal intersecting circles has the following names, or as we might now say, connotations: proportion, harmonia, marriage, knowledge, everything. Hiatic goddess of the crossroads, good counsel, purity, and the mean between extremes, oneness of mind, the all friendship. Purpose.
Yeah, no wonder they don't think they need the Bible. They've got their own Trinity religion going on.
Yeah, that's correct. And yeah, as I said, they're tapped into the ether. They don't care, you know.
How far
when
are you from Canberra?
Me, probably 1,500 kilometers, roughly.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know, hey, who wanted to go there anyway?
Yeah. Oh, well, actually, all the state schools, you have to go to Canberra before you complete school. They make every person go. Yeah.
Well,
everyone
why
has to go to
pennies
Canberra.
on the table? You got to sell those concessions, man. You got to have those hungry little kids show up.
Yeah, you got to get those young kids into the politics that they can groom and control.
Now that you mentioned it, when I was growing up in small town outside of Verona, Illinois, we still took a bus trip down to see the Lincoln gravesite and old Springfield where Abraham Lincoln grew up, or we couldn't graduate 8th grade.
Yep, you couldn't graduate or get your high school certificate unless you went to the the Canberra thing. So.
Well, we didn't have to go to Washington, thankfully. It's still, it's a couple-hour drive, and everybody goes like, "Are you going to ask a girl to sit by you?" And I'm there like, everybody else is, I will too,
The land axis symbolise the ideal unity of the Commonwealth and the harmony that should exist between the people and the government in a well-balanced or proportionate constitution. Most of this public symbolism, entirely appropriate for the ritual centre of the new democratic nation, will also apply to the private world of its creators, the Griffins themselves, particularly their love, marriage, and professional partnership. The city and environs image show how the two main axes of Canberra intersect at the centre of the three formal basins of water the Griffins had planned to create by damming the Mongolo River. Looking at the two outer basins one evening, I suddenly realised they resembled a woman's breast. It had been reported that the original equivalent of Canberra meant a woman's breast, alluding to the shape of Mount Ainslie and Black Mountain, but the Griffiths could have not known that at the time unless they were psychic. I then realised that the breast belonged to a schematic female form whose head is Mount Ainslie, bathed in a rural blaze of light, almost like an electric punk hairdo. My perception of the image was all of sudden.
Yeah, Ella Rose, I want people to know that in my world, it is entirely possible for them to know that Nephilim would be male or female. So that's just important because that's what I teach and believe.
Dramatically transformed. So the head of the god is presiding spirit of Mount Ainslie with the planet Canberra emanating from her brain. So it's this supposed to be the brain, not quite sure. Next look down to the land axis, the circle of Capitol Hill, now dominated by the new Parliament House.
This is probably a good time too to remind the 15 people listening that this is a replay of Ella's show, but she is live here. So if you have any questions, put them in the chat room and she can answer them while she's here.
Yeah, for sure.
Navel. The temple of Apollo at Delphi had a circular stone, almost on a navel, which was considered to be the sacred centre of the complex and indeed the whole world. Radiating out from the navel of Capitol Hill are two principal avenues which could be her leg. I have found my Vastu Pushnamanda, sorry I can't say it, and it was a woman. But there was something still puzzling about the image. something else was going on. Returning again to Mount Ainslie, I noticed that the figurehead I had just discerned also could be read Picasso-wise as facing to her right. Yes, there were two wide open eyes looking northwest straight along the other principal avenue, running into a kind of place de toll at the center of not just another suburb, but the head of a man. The man...
I'm going to show you, let me see here.
Now, I feel these were actually old Nephilim giants, that the Aboriginals knew what they were. And that was sacred ground to the Aboriginals. Ceremonies were done there, but they didn't build and live on that ground. Do you know what I mean? Because they knew what it was.
This is what the Nephilim look like in the mountains. When I can see them 3D.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I'm looking for a bigger one I can open.
It's interesting, isn't it?
You see? And I know that Picasso's painting nude descending a staircase. It's not a nude descending a staircase.
No.
But
there's so much in that picture, isn't there? There's a lot in that picture.
Yeah, and plus the fact, Picasso, I'm speaking as would love to be a stone artist, doing art in stone. And this guy being put up as a great artist, blowing his nose and selling the handkerchief as art, he's a prop up, man. Forget Picasso.
Man represented the traditional darker tones is seen in the profile looking southeast straight at the woman, the embrace of the hero and his heroine, the goddess of Ainslie, in a style of an early movie poster. I finally realised what had been intriguing me about the picture. It had form appearance of an old-fashioned movie poster with the tall, dark hero in profile staring down on the heroine in his embrace. The Griffins were regular moviegoers and they're designed by the world's greatest movie houses, the Capitol Theatre in Melbourne. In June 1911, a few months before they started work on the Canberra competition, Walter and Marion were married. Could this startling sexual image also be a private icon of their new relationship, of their love, marriage, and mutual beginning for their most important creation? If you stand back and look at the poster from a distance, the hero and the heroine appear to be making love, although the two figures are actually joined at a common navel. Given this insight, I soon made another astonishing discovery. Down along the land axis, below the navel and between the woman's leg, I can now discern several images of children's faces, looking for all the world like somewhat enchanting cherubs floating in the distant clouds of a Braco fresco, except that the images were so stubbily overlaid and interwoven, the same bit of ink or watercolour could be part of several portraits. It's like it's looking at endlessly ambiguous Rorschach test, or other illustrations demonstrate different reproductions of the painting can reveal quite different forms and faces in the background. Two more children are visible in figure 18A south of Capitol Hill and just east of the land access. Figure 6, images of hoped-for children that appear between the legs of the goddess. Bits of the other child images also appear in the profile of a large mature female whose eyes fall on the either side of the red land access and whose left breast could be the prominence of the Mugga Mugga, south and slightly east of Capitol Hill. Marion was plain Jane, but she was not ashamed of her bosom. The story is still told of how she once received a male visitor for afternoon tea at Cascraig, naked from the waist up. Marion adored children and loved teaching and playing with them, but sadly, the Griffins' marriage was to be childless. Having stumbled into a very private Australian dreaming, magically woven faraway Chicago, I became more and more fascinated and obsessed with these amazing pumpless. I soon found many Australian spirits lurking in the dreamscape, such as the Aboriginal and a large koala in the top right corner. Neither image had been easily reproduced, and a fox or dingo looking over the shoulder of an attractive female who has not yet been identified. Readers will easily find other emanated figures, not just detailed here, in the illustrations of this essay. Note especially the top of figure 18A. I'll show you that one in a minute. Figure 7, a fox or a dingo looks over the shoulder of an attractive woman, especially the large size of her image suggests that she was an important figure in Marion's life. Curiously, the right side of the woman's face is overlaid with much less attractive male. Visage, yeah, okay. So now and then we can see human and animal faces looking up through urban grid and posts on their habitat. The Griffins conceived architecture was global organic art, which included templating and landscape design, and they were fully aware of that any kind of building was necessarily an invitation in a living system. They become experts in Australian landscape and flora, in the designing and love of Sydney. Bushland found its finest expression in the design of Castle Craig, Australia's first ecologically planned housing development.
And don't forget
look at that.
Yeah, and don't forget they designed this without even seeing the country or being there.
That's how good they were.
Man,
it
sort of makes me.
Yeah, they could have played with the Chicago Bears. They could have come up with some good plays.
Makes you question it, doesn't it? You know, what are they telepathic? Did they see it, or there, or was it there already and they're just the cover story for it? Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Because when Cook landed with the first ship near Holsworthy Barracks, they actually killed the first load of convicts. They sacrificed them up near the barracks there. I can't remember how many they killed, but they did sacrifice them, and the land was to be satanic for Satan.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, what else you got here? Let's see.
Yeah.
Human and animal faces look up through the new grid of Canberra. At Castle Craig, Marion painted many of her arresting forest portraits, some of which, like the City and Irons image, contain suggestions of mysterious faces, other animate forms in the foliage. These bush paintings are indeed forest portraits, representations of bush spirits of being of Irish descent. Marion firmly believed in fairies, which she quickly identified with the spirits of the Australian bush. They were visible realities to her and some of her young proteges. Marion's spiritual sensitivity to the Australian landscape as Aboriginal traditions might have been partly due to her American Indian ancestry, though this has been disputed. But whatever her background, inspiration and indigenous delineing of animal, human, fairy forms in views of architecture and landscape was in fact the standard practice of her graphic technique. Her characteristic method was already evident in architectural renderings she did for Frank Lloyd Wright. Similar faces appear in the backgrounds of the photographs of wild flowers that precede the text. Her House Beautiful, a book designed by Frank Lloyd Wright. Her mysterious faces and forms were also found in some of the revised plans for Canberra, as well as Griffin's other Australian schemes. In his last plan for Canberra, 1918, Marion's dreamscape turns into a nightmare as the figures now emanating the landscape are grotesque, horrendous, and evidently expressing the architect's dismay at the changes forced on them. Figure 2 and the third and fourth grid from the bottom, the third and left distinct image of mother, profile to the right, kissing a baby. Is that one? On the center left of the original City Arban's image, there's some kind of animal whose outline is accidentally suggested by the Mongolo Mandarin on the behind the western dam. There's also a female head inside that profile. In a hexagonal precinct in the eastern entry of the Mongolo, there are more animal spirits, including bright-nosed wombat. In the southwestern sector, there's another animal cluster of animals at the end avenue runs southwest from Hero's Head. I spent several weeks poring over the picture, finding and losing these stubble spirits, part of the American magic. Now you see it, now you don't. The trick is to keep looking for eyes. Looking for the eyes is the trick.
Yeah, I see eyes everywhere now when I look at all these cities. You know what I mean? I see them.
Oh my
everywhere.
goodness! Don't get me started on Earth as an eyeball. I even see it at the San Jacinto Battle Monument in the movements of the supposed attack. They're following the nerves of eyeballs to me. Everything. They're sending messages. This is eyeball Earth.
Yeah.
From the grid. Many of the hardest figures to detect is also one of the most significant. The configuration of Mount Ainslie includes a cleverly overlaid female face and other aspects of presiding goddess and the spirit of the place. If you look at the lines relating to the pinnacle of Mount Ainslie, the one running directly south goes between her eyes and the left of her nose and the right of her mouth. Her right eye is looking straight down on the land axis. The head is which now appears to be floating above Mount Ainslie in the true aerial perspective, surveys the new city and is seen triumphant. The head is clearly visible in figure 3, where the blue circle passes just above her eye. Figure 11, the goddess of Mount Ainslie surveys her masterpiece. What the presiding goddess saw in Marion's prophetic vision is revealed at the presentation of watercolour entered view from the summit of Mount Ainslie. This sublime panorama of the envisioned city of view Mount Ainslie along its principal axis, which terminates in the magnificent and mythicized Ruby Park. The Chocotchek is not just an artist's impression of how the future city might appear upon completion, it is also a landscape in the oldest sense of the term, a theatrical scene painting. But this image depicts both spiritual and spectators. The view from Mount Ainslie is being observed by an audience of local spirits, suggested by the outlines of the trees foliage in the foreground. To the external viewer, this larger scene is thus a crowded pageant, a choral prologue to the national drama of Canberra. Mount Ainslie is of Canberra the starting point as well as the principal viewing point of the city plan, and according to Stan Morris, the source of a powerful flow of telluric energy that reaches District Park. It now appears obvious and undeniable that the Griffins intended Ainslie to be a sacred mountain of Canberra. Perhaps they also imagined the irradiating landscape with the Fiona K. feminine power at the foot of the majestic mountain bosom. They planned to erect the People's Casino, which is the War Memorial, a popular meeting place for lively young democracy. The Australians turned the monument to democratic life into a mausoleum, the Australian War Memorial. But if you put all that...
Wow.
Isn't that mocking us? Do you know what I mean?
It's crazy. It's crazy. They planned that.
Yep. Yep. I think it was already there. Yeah. I think it was already there. They cleaned it up and, you know, like people weren't allowed to travel past Bathurst, Lithgow, when Sydney was, you know, being developed and everything. They weren't allowed to go past those mountain ranges, and they had police blocking all those borders. So it's very interesting that, you know, they did all this without even going there. You know, they had all these plans. What was she doing? Was she on DMT and telepathic or something? And, you know, how did they know what the aerial perspective looked like? You know, what, do they have big blimps or ships go over it? And, you know, I just feel that it was already there and that these people are a cover story for it. Because it's so much like America. Yeah. Yeah. It's so much like the designs of Washington and everything. You know, it's all sacred geometry and everything.
Let's see, you know, they're quite famous.
They are. There are a lot of towns named after them here in Australia. They got the Griffith University here in Brisbane named after them. They have a lot of major highways and roads, suburbs. Yeah, they're fairly well known here in Australia, but people don't really know what they did, you know, or know who they are really. They just hear the name and know it's everywhere. And they'd have to be in the Masons or the Templars, because you don't get a job like this just being a no one.
Right.
You got to be part of the group to get in.
Yeah, they
got the Taj Mahal there. Did you see that?
They look like let's see that what is that? Yeah, Ware Ra.
As in Ra, the sun god.
Zealand there, and all of those people on their way to Australia, they were going there because they wanted to go to Wari Ra. I guess that's how you
sounds like Where's Ra, you know?
It's something like that. Now, it is the name of a building in Havelock, north of the Hawke's Bay region of New Zealand. The building housed the New Zealand branch of the Magical Order. See the infinity sign above the Magical Order there, and of the Stella Matutina. It was designed and the construction overseen by one of New Zealand's most famous architects and the senior member of the order, James Walter Chapman Taylor. Wari Ra was one of the last surviving temples that could trace its lineage back to the original Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. It was the only temple to operate in a permanent, purpose-built building. I have this on my other computer, the last issue of the Forerunner. Very interesting.
Look at that symbol there of the fish and the thing that was like the Mitre fish and the cross. And yeah. So they go back to the
13 cents
Phoenicians.
per single copy, delivered by Pigeon Post.
Oh, they
Just
did a lot.
kidding. So there is the south side of Wari Ra, north side of Wari Ra.
My mother knows Latin. It's sad I don't know it. It's really sad.
Yeah, I'm told it's not that hard, but it was, you know, from 1872 to 1959. I mean, I was born when this man died.
That's not that long ago that
No,
this
well,
stuff
thank you.
happened.
Thank you. Appreciate that. So anyway, everybody that you know that was famous in the world, almost they all visited. They made a thing. I want a vacation in New Zealand, and then they just
Why would they
hung
go
out
to that
here.
one place? You know, it has to have something spiritual or something attached to it. Do you know what I mean? To
Well,
just want to go there.
this is the modern Kabbalah that was taught to Madonna and everybody else. It was perfected here.
Oh, okay. Is that where it all started?
Yeah, that's where they learned it and perfected it and got it all out.
Oh, okay. Because you see them ones with the red string on their right wrist all the time, and that's part of their group of that Kabbalah
They
satanic group.
published their last edition of their magazine in 1977 and said, "We're done."
See, I noticed since the late 80s, there hasn't really been done much in the way of encouraging the youth and that to invent and develop stuff. I mean, on TV here, we used to have Beyond 2000, which showed all the technology coming and all that. We had science shows, but now it's just crap on TV. I don't even watch it. I haven't watched it
some
for a
of
long
the
time.
history of Australia and New Zealand with these type of yahoos would make for some interesting television.
Yeah, well, that's what I was about trying to say. You know, like, why don't they show this sort of stuff?
Let's just read one of these things where here's all these famous people. I guess these are, Anglican bishops, royalty, lords, governors. They don't even deserve their own, Wikipedia site, but they were lords and governors. So here's a temple, a quote. Entrance to the temple by the candidate for initiation was via a secret staircase behind a wardrobe located in Dr. Felkin's surgery. Halfway down the stairs where the candidate was required to await further instructions was a landing known as the cave, lined with Hessian curtains on which Egyptian figures were working light blue. After an interval of time, the candidate was met by two temple officers dressed in robes and Egyptian headdresses, blindfolded by one of them, and then led into the temple where the ceremony of initiation began. And don't ever go into a ceremony of initiation that ends with, "Thank you for your oath and we'll kill you if you tell these secrets." That's when people should run, Ella Rose.
Run the other way, yeah. Why would you want to be a part of something like that,
Get me out of here. I got to roll my pant leg back down, put my shirt on, and get out of here.
I wouldn't want to be a part of anything that wants to harm others or do that sort of stuff. Do you know what I mean? Yeah.
So here's the decline. It was 78 that a letter was circulating and said, "You know what? Our work is done."
That's what I mean. Like, the New World Order's been here for a while. It's just publicly coming out. It's been here since the First World War, basically. It's just people are starting to wake up to it now. Now, I've heard the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, but I don't know much about them. I mean, there are so many little secret society groups. It's just hard to keep up.
Right. I wish there was a short list of some of their members, because it's like everybody that they made famous went there.
Yeah. I mean, it's like the
And it
Rhodes
was that,
Scholars, you know.
it's Aleister Crowley and those guys, Theolema. It's all of the names. It's Blavatsky, the Vril Society, Hitler, tarot, astrology.
And see, it says in the
Scrying.
Bible to stay away from all this stuff.
Scrying is how Joseph Smith supposedly and his group of Masons used a scrying stone to interpret the Book of Mormon.
No. See, they say not to do that in the Bible, you know.
Right.
We shouldn't have anything to do with anything like that, that it'll curse us.
And here's how they do it. They use everything with them, even when they sent it by pigeon post, was cipher manuscripts. They always claim that, the alchemists were so stupid. They didn't. I think the alchemists did it, and since Satan's been loose, they just got us going like, well, as long as I work all day at the Blue Sky Mine, there'll be food on the table tonight.
That's right. That song, yeah. As long as you go to work and pay your taxes, everything will be all right.
These are real, people really sent secret messages.
It's unreal that they go to such extremes to do it, eh? I heard that, that Meghan that's married to Prince Harry, I heard her say that she still uses paper and posts letters. She doesn't use the phone and emails because it's so easy to get hacked and all that kind of stuff now. And so many people are able to read it. And if these people are writing letters because they don't want to write it on the phone, I mean, that's got to say a lot, isn't it? That everything's being recorded. We've got no privacy.
So it took 2 clicks to get to Madame Blavatsky.
Didn't she find the sign language? Didn't she create that? Or was that the other?
I think that was, I don't know, but she was the one who did all the channeling and, brought in Atlantis, the Theosophical Society.
And see, she probably trained to do that. I mean, her parents would have been involved some way.
She brought back, Aleister Crowley was into her stuff.
Yeah.
Yikes.
This is a great share, man. That's great. With the snake eating the tail. And you know what really annoys me is people going about this Nazi symbol and the swastika, but the swastika was hijacked by the Nazis. It was once a good symbol. I tried telling my mum that.
That would mean it is still a good symbol.
See, it's still used all over India and all those countries over there. They still use it. You still see it in Africa. It's, over in India, it's not a bad thing. I watched a video where a bloke went to a brick factory and saw them on the bricks, and he asked about it, and they said, oh, we don't know anything about it. It's a sacred geometry symbol with us, and they had no idea that it was a bad thing in the Western world. They couldn't believe it. They laughed at the bloke. They said, you're kidding. How can anyone curse this,
Right. Well, let's look at this. So we're back into the Bible, Ella Rose.
Cool.
Ecclesiastes 12, verse 6.
Remember him before the silver cord is snapped and the golden bowl is crushed, before the pitcher is shattered at spring and the wheel is broken at the well.
What are they talking about?
When men fear height and dangers on the side bit. So the silver cord, does that mean being cut?
Well, now that word Hebel is 16 times out of 62 from Strong's Hebrews 22:56. Now, the other occurrences of it are the region of Argob, the allotment
of his inheritance.
A group of prophets. This was when is Saul among the prophets? They were looking for.
He disappeared for a while, didn't he, Saul?
So this is that golden cord. her pain came. Now there's that word that we're looking at. Well, I'll be doggone. It's not exactly. Do you see the jot and titillage underneath where my mouse is? It is not the same word. Why do they do this to me, Ella? They know I get triggered so easy.
I don't know, man. Maybe it's Satan trying to, confuse you.
Why can't this golden cord, the measuring line, be the golden cord? Why can't I get a doggone somebody telling me that this word means this, and then I can feel confident it does?
It's sad that there's no real other word there that you're looking for. I know what you're trying to say.
Well, maybe that's not a big deal. Well, maybe, what kind of fountain are they talking about? That's a one-of-one occurrence. Okay. That's a pretty good root word. So let's see what the other two are. Before the well is shattered, that's where we were. Broken at the fountain. Here we got the springs of water. See, I always tie this into that. I've got a river of life flowing out of me.
You really need to do that video you were talking about with water and how it can be broken up and transferred over the internet and reconstructed on the other end. I've been looking forward to you doing that.
Every time that's just a guaranteed copyright strike.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I've tempted fate with that too many times. Now,
obviously, they don't want.
You could do we could find some sort of interesting things, like if we just
because it's amazing how the water and the body is made of water. It's amazing how they can do that.
Now, the fourth phase of water is interesting enough. When we can just
be careful what you click on.
Right.
Even if you just open the transcript and show the transcript, I wouldn't play it if it's not shareable. I keep meaning to look into it, but I just get distracted with all the stuff going on with family and my boy.
What's up, everybody? My name is Russ with RWResearch.com and QuantumGravitaResearch.org. Check them out. Guess what? Today,
Water Bridge, yay!
So I'm going to show you some.
What's he talking about here?
Look at.
So let's get.
Is that going into another jar by itself?
I need to.
Oh wow!
A tiny bit more water in this jar. This is the positive, by the way. That's
oh
good.
Wow! So they hook it up to a current.
What we're going to be doing is we're going to be turning on the high voltage supply, and as I turn it up, the water bridge will start to form. Now I'm going to use this stick to try to move these away. So if you see me poking at it, that's what I'm doing. All right, here we go.
How interesting! Wow.
There's our water bridge. So we're at 5 kilovolts. I'm going to bring it up to. I'm pulling about 1
17.
milliamp. I'm going to slowly bring these jars apart.
That's amazing.
And the stick
I've never seen this.
So I got to be real careful because it'll pull the charge down. So I'm going to actually zoom in on that particular bridge so you can really see what's going on. So I have to slowly adjust this as I pull them apart.
That's unreal.
See, I can actually stop the water leaking. So
how does that happen?
I don't know.
My stick, which was below it, you couldn't see it. Let me actually zoom out. You can actually see my stick because what's happening is the stick.
I've seen it where they turn out the lights and it kind of glows where you could see the current going through the water.
Oh, really? Wow.
See, I can affect it.
Wow.
With the
frequencies really do affect us. We
really,
just don't notice
crazy.
it. I never knew this was possible. Jeez.
Whoa.
You almost got to like an inch apart, but it's like it's trying to connect to it. You
Yeah,
know,
it's
like
that
it just
water
wants to be.
tension works both ways. You know,
It's like it's
why
alive.
those dragonflies can walk on the water.
Oh yes, yeah, they do, don't they? Yeah.
Ella, I think this proves there is no spoon.
So as I turn the voltage up, the entire thing gets bigger or smaller. So I'm going to turn the voltage all the way down. Now I'm going to bring it back up.
Wow.
Bridge reform.
That's unreal, isn't it?
And back up.
Well, I can see the spark. I thought I saw it. There it is. Come on. Jump.
It's trying to.
Now what I'm going to do, I'm gonna
So
turn the light
cool.
on. I want to show you the meter versus the bridge. So you guys have a look at the meter. Okay, I'm going to bring it up. And the bridge gets bigger. And I'm going to bring it down. And the bridge gets smaller. Really small. Look at that.
Wow.
And I can bring it back up. I can bring
That's
it back
unreal.
up.
Yeah, there's no end to what, you know, this would be useful for.
I've never seen anything like this.
So they were almost pulling no current, but we've still got a stream across that thing. That's about 10 millimeters or so. Right at, right about 10 millimeters. So let me try getting a different angle and see if we can see even more detail of the stream. Okay, so now we've got a little bit better angle. We're looking like straight across that guy. So I'm going to bring it up, voltage up.
Unreal.
Voltage
Wow.
back down.
He just doubled it by just using a quarter of the amp.
You can see we can hold that streamer.
Like I know electricity is conducted through water, but it must be working with all the cells and, you know, like the positives trying to connect with the negative. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of.
I wonder if a dragonfly could land on that.
Probably could.
That is pretty
They're so
wild.
majestic, the dragonflies.
So it's about 10 kilovolts. Let's bring it back up again. There, it jumped up.
I'm going to show my dad this.
Let's see how
He'll be
small it
amazed.
is. That's about it right there. See if different lighting is helpful or not.
Water is always going to try to help.
Mm.
And it helps flow by making a water gel. And that's the fourth phase of water.
Wow, thank you. I didn't know about that. That's so cool.
Okay, so water is the subject, and I think for most of you, you recognize that the importance of water for agriculture, and meaning if the single molecular layer looks like that layer is kind of like a template that allows for the buildup of this EZ. So it's pretty general. And what's excluded from the exclusion zone? So we've looked at many particles and solutes, from giant particles to small particles like microspheres, to bacteria, to viruses, to large molecules like proteins, to small molecules down to molecular weight, approximately 100 or so, and almost everything is excluded. So, and I'm skipping the evidence because Rockwell has to want to include, and all of the stuff is published. So, in terms of generality, many hydrophilic surfaces generate exclusion zones, and many solutes are excluded. So, yeah. Now, question number 2, is this zone really physically different from bulk water. Now, I've alluded to the possibility that it might be different, that the molecules might be ordered in some way, but I've provided no evidence. So what's the evidence? So I'm going to go down the list. I'm going to talk only about one of them, a little bit more, because otherwise this will take the full 1.5 hours, and there's more I want to talk about. Okay, so here's a list of 8. There are actually probably at least a dozen by now. The easy water molecules are more constrained than ordinary water.
This is super important. This really is going to be worth it.
Molecules. And that's fine.
Yeah, I'm listening intently, mate.
The molecules are more stable, but they don't generate very much infrared energy. The easy water has negative charge. It's not neutral. This is critical. I'll come back to this because you expect any kind of water should be neutral, but this is negatively charged. Easy absorbs light at a wavelength of 270 nanometers. That's in the UV. Ordinary water doesn't. Easy is more viscous by a couple of orders of magnitude than ordinary water. The molecules are aligned. We can tell that by looking at pyrefringence. The easy molecular.
The most important one is more viscous. This is how come a vortex with a swastika spinning as fast as it takes can happen in our heart, because there is no friction.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
That of ordinary water measured by IR absorption. And finally, the optical properties are different. That is refractive index. And this is not done by us, but by two Russians, both from Moscow, never met one another, both got interested, and one did it in the physical system, and one studied the biological system. They got the same result, even quantitatively, that the refractive index, that is the bending ability of easy water, is up to 11% higher than ordinary water. So there's a lot of evidence. And I want to go back to this one because, as someone pointed out, electricity is very important in everything that I'm planning to discuss. So how do we find out that the easy has negative charge? We took a very fine electrode, in fact invented by the same Chinese guy who I mentioned, Gilbert Ling. It tapers down, it's made of glass, and it tapers down to less than 1 micrometer. And you can stick it in, cells and such, but you can stick it in the EZ, and you get very good spatial resolution. So you put one there, and you put one in far away somewhere in the bulk water, and you measure a potential difference. And it's always negative in the EZ, 100 millivolts, 150, 200 millivolts negative. And but that's weird, right? Because if you think of the experiment that's being done, you have a chamber, right? And you put a gel or a polymer or something in there, and then you take water, ordinary water, neutral, and you pour it in.
Tommy, Ella's on the air. Hey, Ella Rose, Tommy just walked into the garage. Were you working out there with a chainsaw or something?
Hi, Tommy.
Doing something. Hey, Ella.
I was gonna say, man, you got your you just had your MRI and how bad it is. If you're out there with a chainsaw, I'm gonna be going like.
Oh, prayers for your back, Tommy.
Yeah, I go to surgeon in Houston on Tuesday.
I want to go too.
We're gonna see what's up with that.
Oh, okay. I hope it goes all well for you, mate.
What are you up to, man?
Oh, nothing. Game 6 will start.
Oh, yeah. Tommy's all negative about his Dallas Cowboys, but I think they're probably going to win by 40 points. But,
okay. Well, I hope they win for you, Tommy.
Okay, how do you do, man?
Good, love. Thanks. Doing good.
How crazy is
One day at a time.
How crazy is it for y'all over there right now?
Oh, okay.
Is it bad over there? They lock it
down? They kicked Novak out last night. Sydney's going into another lockdown. Northern Territory has more lockdowns. Western Australia is threatening lockdowns. The case numbers are just astronomical daily. It's like doubling from the day before. It's just absolutely chaotic at the moment. So, that's why I went bush and went camping.
Are they making everybody get the app?
Not yet. A lot of people have stopped checking in with all that stuff. They've had enough of it, and no one's checking in. We're forced to wear masks again. I can't wear them, but everyone else is forced to wear the mask again, even though they're vaccinated. And everyone's saying, well, what's the point in getting vaccinated? We were told that it's got 90% and it lasts forever, and now they're telling us we've got to have our 4th booster. A lot of people are waking up, and the government is in real panic mode. And we've got an election coming up in a few months, 3 months' time. We've got an election coming up, so we expect a lot of fake promises.
That, right. We'll see how that goes.
Bring back John Majors.
Well, the current Prime Minister, you know, like it's just, I don't think he's being interactive enough working with the states, you know. It's different each state, and I don't get it, you know, like Novak got kicked out because he had was positive in December, and apparently he went to some meeting or something when he was supposed to be in isolation. So the government have basically said they're kicking him out because of his anti-vax stance, you know. So he's banned from entering Australia for 3 years.
His name is Novax.
Yeah, well, that's what everyone's saying. You know, how convenient that his name is Novax. Do you know what I mean? It's just real convenient.
That up, Tommy.
It's
so obvious.
That's going around, that one.
It's so obvious.
Yeah, no.
I mean, they get this guy up there, and his name is Novax Djokovic.
Exactly.
So.
That's what I said to my mum. I said, can't you see it, Mum? It's all part of the script. You mean, he had it last year when he had it too. Do you know what I mean? So, like, every year we're getting more and more people. Oh, you know, I've had it. You don't get it again. And now TV presenters are getting it and everything. It's just absolutely crazy. There's different rules for each state. And, the one saving grace is the borders have opened up. I can go and visit Off-Grid John now because I've wanted to go and visit him for the last 2 years, but I was scared of going over the border and being thrown into quarantine. Do you know what I mean? That's what and it costs you $4,500 per person. So now those border restrictions are lifted, I'll be able to go and visit John. So, yeah, that's one happy thing. We can leave Queensland.
Oh man, I'm not getting kicked off YouTube like you do, Tommy.
That's an article that just came out. It's talking about since the beginning.
Is there and see the PCR test? They've stopped doing the PCR test because the CDC says from January they're not going to accept PCR tests as a way of testing, and now they're using these RAT tests, the rapid antigen testing, and they can't get enough of these tests. People have been queuing up for like 12 hours in a line to get a PCR test to be told, no, you can't have one, there's none. And they're saving the RAT test for the hospital workers and the police. And it's absolutely ridiculous. People are getting sacked left, right and center. I noticed at the supermarket the other day, there is no meat and no toilet paper, and supplies are getting really low. See, each country, I don't know about you, but Australia has about 2 years, 3 years worth of stores in the warehouse of supplies. Do you know what I mean? Like all the basic groceries and all that kind of stuff. And now if you think about it, we're at the end of those supplies. We're almost at 2.5, 3 years of what the supplies would last. So the government will cut off the last 12 months so they got stuff, but we've used up the supplies, you know. And I don't think it's people not wanting to work and, you know, people being put off. I think people have dropped dead. That's what I think. That's why I think there's so many job vacancies and everything. There's just people dropping left, right, and centre. As I said, the death notices the other day was astronomical, 2.5, 3 pages, you know, of these deaths. And there's 20. Pardon?
We're not having deaths. We're just having lots of positive tests here.
Oh, we're having a lot of deaths, but they're not being marked as what that stuff. You know what I mean? Like they generally have comorbidities with it, you know. Right. So it's just really sad. But a lot of people, since they've had that, they've got heart problems and all these kind of things, infertility, menstrual problems, all that kind of stuff.
Yep. So, stomach problems, constipation, sleeping hard.
No taste, all that, yeah. And now my son's got to go back to the cardiologist because he's got heart problems. He's had it since birth. And he's got to go and have another sleep study done. And I said to them the other day, I said, we can't wear masks, you know, because they told us we had to wear masks. I said, we can't wear masks. And they go, oh, well, we'll have to reschedule then. Right. You know, we rescheduled this 8 months ago because they had mask rule, you know. So now we got to wait, you know, to get back into the specialist because of these silly mask rules. You know, so many people are missing out on urgent surgery that they need It's just not fair. A lot of people are dying because of it.
Well, here in the U.S., you know, the Supreme Court ruled against the mandates, but they only ruled against the part to the public. They are letting OSHA go forward on all that. And people are like, yay, they're not going to do it. No, if OSHA's coming in the workplace and enforcing it, that's most everybody.
Well, see, they got a problem with mandating it here, because if they mandate it here and they're made to take it by their employer and then they get sick, they can go for work cover.
See,
now, the
that's the
Australian
deal.
government
OSHA.
turned around and said, and the government turned around and said that they will not support that. They will not allow people to claim on the work cover.
No, but it's OSHA's going to come in. Like anytime I did a contract and I was going to travel, I had to either get titers for smallpox, chickenpox, all those things. I either had to have a titer that had immunity, or I had to get the shots and stuff. So OSHA's already mandating that kind of stuff in the workplace. I had to do those things or I could not travel. So they're just going to add it to the mandated list of on hire. You have to, you know, have all these immunity and all these tests done, or we won't hire you.
Yeah, and see, technically under Australian law, under Section 5123A under the Constitution, they cannot force people to be vaccinated or force them to do anything. So they're being taken to court as we speak.
It's the same thing here, but if it's under OSHA, workplace safety, hey.
That's right.
Sign up.
And it just shows you. It's all planned, you know. This has all been planned years and years ago. I think the 2007 or 2008 swine flu was a trial run of it.
I remember people lined up outside the Costco in my town getting that.
Yeah, and then in 2003. See ya, Tommy. Have a good day, man. Good luck with your scan. I hope it works out. 2003, they had.
I want to go to Houston with them. This is what's happening in Australia, in Tonga.
Yeah, Tonga. We've had warnings, you know, every couple of hours of possible tsunami. I just ignore it, you know, because where we're at, the Great Barrier Reef is like a breaker for tsunamis. We have had tsunamis here hit the East Coast. We've had 3 big ones in the last few centuries that the Aboriginals have told me about. They were quite big waves. But where we are, particularly because of the Great Barrier Reef, the reef sort of slows it all down and breaks it up. So,
dang,
yeah.
Look at that. Run, dude,
There's a lot going on that people aren't hearing about on the news. And the Australian government actually paid all the news stations extra money and gave them tax breaks to cover all this corona stuff, you know, so they don't actually report the real news. And it's actually killing TV. A lot of people are turning off the TV, and now social media is the place to get news. You know, that's why Facebook and everyone's cracking down on face checking. They're doing like in the movie 1984, you know, oh, that's not right. Delete it. Wipe it out, you know. Fact check it. That's what they're basically doing. So it looks like a massive slide here in China.
Right. That's how they end up with the foundations just left, you know.
Something happened the other day, and part of the Great Wall was damaged as well. It was damaged badly.
Well,
and see, China's gone into lockdown again as well. And do you know they got a hemorrhagic fever going on in there at the moment?
Look at this guy, Ella Rose.
Yeah, silly, eh? Why would you stand so close? But yeah, they've got a big problem with a hemorrhagic fever in China at the moment. They're going on about Ebola, but also they're mentioning the plague. There's been a few cases of the plague in both China and America's had 2 cases of the plague this year. But I'm expecting a smallpox outbreak because on Victorian government website, they said they're preparing for a smallpox outbreak. And generally when they do those sort of trials, it happens.
Ella? You know what I'm preparing for?
The Lord?
Pestilence and plague from God, because this is a judgment, you know?
It's coming. Yeah. I mean, you look on social media of these women twerking their butts and everything. It's just disgusting.
It's absolutely, it's out of control. Let's get back. I want to learn a little bit more about the water from Dr. Gerald Pollack. I'm so glad I found this thing that is you know, you can show it copyright free, man. It's got the
Yeah, I didn't know you could do that. I just noticed it before.
right there, man.
Mm.
So they can't nick me on this one.
Yeah, I had no idea you could do that.
Throughout, but you get a region, a sizable region that has net negative charge. So at first it simply didn't make any sense to us. We thought it must be a mistake. And so my Russian colleague, friend, was in the lab at the time, and his wife was doing similar experiments with gels and electrodes, and calls her and says, in Russian, I can't understand, hello dear, or whatever he says, you know, in Russian, try this experiment.
Das Bananya.
2 days later, we were confirmed that the result was exactly the same as we found. So we were gratified, and we tried it in a few different systems, gels and polymers, and we found the same. So if it's really true, and we think it is, that this region is negatively charged, not neutral, it's negatively charged, then somehow you can't create negative charge from nothing. So there must be positive charge somewhere else. We have the idea that maybe what's going on is that the water molecules, H plus, OH minus, are getting broken into the negative part and the positive part. And the negative parts are somehow aggregating right next to the naphthalene or next to the gel, giving us the EZ. And the protons, positive charge, should be somewhere else. So where's the evidence for the positive charge somewhere else? We used, to check this, we used a pH-sensitive dye, you know, the same stuff that's in litmus paper, changes color, right? It comes in soluble form, you can just put it into the chamber, and you see all this nice color distribution. And we were looking for a high concentration of protons somewhere.
But just to confuse the issue, Ella, I think that it is very possible that water should not be described as H2O, but should be described as H8O4. And it is actually a lattice, not the single version of it, but you have to visualize it being all of those other molecules touching, allowing for the water. Because, I mean, he hasn't even addressed heavy water yet. This is water.
And see, they use heavy water for the nuclear rod pools.
Yeah, and the fact that it's, you know, heavy water is 1 out of every 660 molecules. I bet it's 1 out of 666. I mean, just break with your heavy water BS.
Mm-hmm.
The water molecules.
Not you personally, but
yeah, I know what you mean.
So this is next slide is a result. Let me explain.
Here's what I wanted you to see there.
Naphthalene. This is the exclusion zone here. And notice, by the way, that the dye molecules, which have molecular weight approximately 100 or so, don't get in. This region remains clear, no dye. So it means that molecules the size of these dyes don't penetrate into the exclusion zone. They're excluded. But if you look at the color distribution for this particular dye, orange means very low pH, very high concentration of protons. It's the pH, the red color corresponds to pH 3 or less. So very low. So we found, indeed, that next to this negatively charged region should be a positively charged region. And just to be sure that we're not...
Hallelujah, I found this video.
Thinking there's something there that's really not there. We did
it's a good video.
So to speak, and that is, you put one electrode here, one electrode...
This is almost a guaranteed copyright strike if you get it from the BBC or any of those other guys like... you know, the big guys that talk science, they got 1 million subscribers. They'll nick you in a heartbeat like they invented this video.
Yeah, for sure. The BBC don't like to share stuff.
And connect them to a resistor. And if one region is positive, the other one's negative, you should get current flow through the resistor. And next slide shows one of the first experiments we did to demonstrate that. So here's current on the y-axis and time here. And you can see current starts from some large value and then diminishes. It diminishes to a plateau, which is not zero. It continues. And because of this current flow between the positive and the negative, we have confirmation that there really is separated charge. So it really looks like the molecules of water are getting split into the negative component and the positive component, just like, in a sense, the first
right
one.
Inside the water by themselves. And they're going to be showing video of it. So I want to remind everybody, Ella Rose, that everything we're showing, with water bridges and explaining, they have failed to do with quantum physics. They're telling me they got a cat that's alive or dead at the same time. I just got to believe it. And to them, I say, thank you, but no.
Yeah, true.
So what we really have is a charged battery in water.
In us.
Here is a hydrophilic surface next to water, and from the water builds this negatively charged EZ and charges positive charges beyond. Okay. And this is significant for what follows. So far, I've shown you that there's next to hydrophilic surfaces with charges on them. There's a liquid crystalline region, as Gilbert Ling had suggested. It has negative charge, not neutral. It excludes solutes profoundly. And some of the evidence I presented suggests that this dipolar model, stacked dipole, is not correct. I'll come back to that in a moment, because structure is everything for understanding. And this region of order may extend very far. So how far is very far? If you do the computation, it's millions of molecular layers. It's not 2 or dozens, but millions. Extend way out.
Millions of layers. That would be so hard to break through in their own individual vortex-shaped North Pole, South Pole with a flat Earth in the middle. And ladies and gentlemen, it is every cell in our body has water separated like this. We are water. Water has a memory. Everything is known. And we really, in our own bodies, are temples from God. We could
Amen.
have whole worlds living inside us. And they don't know what they're doing. And then part of them that eat those things, crap other things, they pack it up against the wall, and it's our earwax.
Yeah, there was a Simpsons episode like that where Lisa lost her tooth and she put it in a jar, and then the next morning she's seen that there were all these creatures there living there and called her a god. Like they do show us these sort of things.
And we're supposed to be figuring it out that this isn't a big bang. This is all God. And for us, it's easy because our eyes have been opened, and but we still need to be built up in our faith.
Yeah.
The idea that this kind of ordered water is a different phase of water is not original. It came from Sir William Hardy, who was a famous colloid physical chemist 100 years ago. Who said, there's a problem, guys, that with the water, because there's so many observations that don't fit the standard.
Troy, give me my keys.
The only way to explain these is that you must have a fourth.
What was that one?
Sorry, I was just talking to my boy. Sorry.
Okay, yeah, I want to point out to everybody else, isn't it convenient that, the revolutionary, prize winner Gerald Pollack is building on a guy that discovered it 100 years ago. And we didn't find out about it till now. Thank you. Thank you for very little for all of the non-help they've given us.
So he suggested that without a lot of evidence more than 100 years ago. The number of anomalies that exist in water is now up to, I think, close to about 70 last count. And you can find them all on the website if you look under water anomalies. So the idea that this may be a fourth phase of water is old, not really all.
What happened?
Oh, I dropped out. Sorry. My
Okay.
son wants me to take him up to the shop. Are you going to be here still in 20 minutes? I just need to take him down to the shop and come back.
I'm going to still be watching this video in 20 minutes.
Okay, well, I'll go and do this with him, and I'll be back in about 20 minutes. I shouldn't be that long. Just the shop's just down the corner.
Oh.
Sorry, it dropped out. I was talking to him. Sorry.
All right, stay safe. We'll talk to
All
you
right,
soon.
about 20 minutes. I'll be back. All right. Thanks,
Got it.
everyone. Bye.
Now, why am I suggesting that there's something wrong with this dipole model? It's a great model. It looks pretty, you know, and it's in my earlier book. And why would I suggest that we and other people were wrong? Well, the answer is actually very simple. You know, it didn't take a rocket scientist to figure it out. So this region has negative charges, but dipoles, consisting of plus minus, dipoles are neutral. So you can take dipoles and stack the dipoles from here to Boston or whatever, and you'll never get negative charge out of, you start with neutral components and stack them. So it's got to be wrong, unfortunately. You know, throw away those nice diagrams. Now, we went through an extensive thought process, analytical process, to get what we believe is the real structure. And I'm not going to go through it. It's in the book that you were talking about, because there's more that I want to talk about, and my time is not infinite. Yeah. So the structure we came up with looks something like this. You have hydrophilic material next to water. And out of the water build these layers, and these layers are hexagonal, as you see in nature, and they build one at a time. So you got another one and so on, and they just keep building. And structure, if you were to look at it.
Remember, they said their math shows there could be millions of these little layers making a friction-resistant wall. It's amazing.
It's hexagonal like this, with oxygens and hydrogens arrayed as
yeah, maybe that's the real water.
Here. And if you were to count the number of oxygens and hydrogens in a unit cell, it turns out it's not H2O, it's actually H3O2.
No, it's more.
Why is that not a surprise? Well, it's not a surprise because H2O is neutral, but we know that each one of these layers has to have negative charge.
It has to be more.
EZ wouldn't have a negative charge. So we wind up with H3O2. If it were H4O2, it'd be double this one, and it'd be neutral. But because we're missing a positive charge here, the net charge is negative, which is
right. And I'm going to still contend that you need to count a whole group, that these three count as a water molecule.
Because this is a kind of liquid crystal, you might think that that it actually could be solidified, if you think about it, because crystals, you know, take salt crystal or sugar crystal, you can make
that would help us give us numbers.
Can EZ water be solidified? And the answer is yes. It is not done by us, but by another group of Vittorio Elia from Naples. And what he did, or actually what his wife did, he's sort of the director and his wife does the work. So he takes a Petri dish with a sheet of Nafion, and she pours some water, a little bit of water, EZ builds, and after the EZ builds, she rolls the EZ off into a container, and she'll do this 1,000 times to get enough volume to have something respectable. And if they take that water and just put it into a beaker, what happens is it looks like this, where some of the water is clear and the rest of it forms this cloud-like conglomerate, which is not really a surprise.
Did you notice how it's the same way that they get that graphene off of pencils? You know, I know they use purer than the pencils, but you get the idea. They just collect it slowly, and then it ends up. I have never seen that. It looks like cotton.
That it looks very much like the clouds in the sky. Anyway, that's not the final step. The final step, or even before these clouds actually form, is to put it into a freeze dryer and at low temperature draw off the water. It's called the lyophilizer, and it's used in biochemistry and many chemical labs. And they wind up with something like this. This is solid water, easy water at room temperature. Solid water at room temperature, right? You can pick it up and you can feel it, which we've done. They graciously gifted us some of the stuff and we squandered it without doing anything particularly useful. It looks like it's kind of fragile, thread-like, but it's water, it's solid water at room temperature. Imagine, I mean, it blows you.
I would want to try to smoke it.
Your mind, and they've done the right controls for it. It feels like a fragile thread, and once you put some shear on it, it just practically disintegrates into a powder. Okay, now, so when you think that you've got a solid crystal, think about the question or the issue of information and memory. So
yeah.
The question I'm asking now is, could easy water contain memory or information? And of course, initially this is really going too far out.
No wonder that's how I tied it into the Bible.
Think about the memory in your laptop, right, with a thumb drive. What's inside?
Yeah, I remember when those thumb drives for 128 gigabytes would be like $70. The money well spent.
It's a crystalline array of silicon or silicon dioxide, and every atom is arrayed in the three-dimensional array, not just planar, but in the z direction also. And each one of these can have two different states, a 0 or 1, right? That's how the information goes into a digital computer. And think of how the solid easy water, or even liquid crystalline easy water, is similar to this. So you have here, this is semi-solid, or it could be solid, and you have oxygens and hydrogens that are arrayed three-dimensionally in this lattice. And the idea that electromagnetic waves coming to this could conceivably impact, let's say, certain oxygen atoms. So, for example, this guy here and this guy here. Now, the important thing is that oxygen can have 5 different states, not 2 states, but 5 states. We refer to the oxidation state. You can have -2, that's the most common one, -1, 0, +1, +2, 5 of them. So if you think that each one of these guys here could be not a 0 and a 1, but 5 different states, the amount of information, the information density that could be stored in this is enormous. I forget, we did the calculation, it's something like 10 to the 9th more than in the standard digital computer memory. So
that's big.
There's huge information storage capacity. And the question is, will this information storage in easy water replace conventional storage? You can imagine your computer memory is filled with easy water, either in liquid crystalline or solid state. Right now, this is a fantasy, but the possibility is there. But also, for all of us thinking about biology, if the water inside your cell is easy water, this water has the capacity to store and even transmit information from the environment, from anywhere.
Oh, you know what? That would be a bad idea. They should not do that. They should not even think about doing that. That would be a very bad idea. That would almost...
So there are many reports. We organize the annual conference on the physics, chemistry, and biology of water each year. And each one contains multiple presentations by people demonstrating that water demonstrates it has the capacity for information storage and memory. I think this is in the future, this is going to be a really important area of interest for plants, animals, any living creature. Okay, so long answer to question number 2 is that easy physically distinct from the bulk? The answer is yes. To the best of our understanding, it's a layered hexagonal honeycomb structure with information storage capability. Now, when you think of information storage in water, some of you will think about Masaru Emoto. How many of you have heard of this guy? Oh, okay. So this is common knowledge. By the way, I just got an email an hour ago from his son. He passed.
I told you about this guy.
We're going to get together. I'm off to Japan tomorrow morning. So if you know, then you know that the crystals that form depend on the consciousness or information or even energy that's input. So if it's a Mozart symphony or such, you get beautiful ice crystals. But if it's heavy metal and such, you get ugly crystals. And of course, no scientist who I know believes that this is really true or important, because he tended to cherry pick his photos that he took. Nevertheless, I think it is possible that it's true because of the information storage capacity that we've demonstrated in water. And so this is Emoto at Fukushima, and he has people still working. This is Akiko Stein working in Germany producing these crystals. So this is continuing. Okay, question 3.
A lot of times in my sermons, I mean, they'd accuse me of cherry picking the verses. Well, if you're going to try to stay on topic, you can't just read the whole Bible every time. You got to be like, today's topic is. It's like, yeah, you cherry pick. And the people that try to attack the Bible, they use the same old worn out verses that they cherry pick all the time too. I am pro cherry picking.
Can crystalline water explain counterintuitive anomalies that we started with? And so one is a cloud, and the question is, how does this happen? I mean, if there's water that's evaporating here, same as here, why don't you get one long continuous cloud? And to understand that, I want to go back to a basic principle. And the principle is illustrated here. So suppose you have two particles. They could be water droplets, but just the two particles. And the particles have negatively charged EZs around them, negatively charged EZ, and complementary positive charges around them and around them. And so my question to you, I need an answer. This is the question. These two are negatively charged, right? If you were to drop two negatively charged particles, just like this in water, what happens to the distance between them? They're both negatively charged. What did you think? Yeah, okay, the right answer is they come together.
Water bridge.
Sorry. They come together. Why would they come together? Well, and this is not an observation from our laboratory, although we've demonstrated it. This is a very old observation. It seems counterintuitive. Why, opposite charges should repel one another. And there's no contradiction to that. It's just that what happens is that, remember, these positive charges are here. And as the negatively charged EZ forms, the complementary positives form around it. Same thing happens here. And the concentration of positives here is pretty high because you have contributions from this one and this one. And therefore, these positives pull these negatives, and these positives pull these negatives, and they begin to come together. And this is called like likes like by the legendary Nobel physicist Richard Feynman from the second half of the last century. He called it like likes like. They like each other, they come together because of an intermediate of unlike. But until these observations, it wasn't clear where these unlikes might come from. But I've demonstrated where they come from. And the principle, like likes like, because of an intermediate of unlike, is very old. And the principle actually starts from the tale of Genji, which I think the year 1200 or 1300 from Japan. And the tale talks of warring clans, and the clans would be a war. They would never ever get together without the intermediate that could draw them together. You see, so likes like because of an intermediate of unlike charges. So they come together, contrary to what you thought. They actually come together. When do they stop? Well, you get stability when the attractive force, that is plus pulling minus, is equal to the repulsive force of this repelling this. Then they're stable. And if you have many of these particles, droplets, whatever, then you have a situation that looks like this, fairly regular. It's called a colloid crystal, and the particles stick together because of likes like. And if any of you had yogurt for breakfast, the structure of the yogurt is probably reflected right here in this kind of structure.
And if you've ever wondered where the word colloidal silver came from.
So what about the cloud? Well, the same thing occurs in the cloud, because what you have little droplets, and the droplets are actually surrounded by membranes of EZ. I haven't proved that to you, but it's what we found. So you have these negatively charged droplets, and you have positive charges that come from the atmosphere. And so because of those positive charges, the negatively charged droplets stick together, and that's why clouds form. And if you were to have, for example, another droplet here, it would be attracted by this positive, come together, and the cloud would grow bigger. So you have discrete punctate clouds that grow because of this principle. Another one is a coin sitting on top of the water, and someone mentioned surface tension, and this is a common explanation for this phenomenon. The water is known to have a high surface tension, and so some of you have done this experiment with paper clips or with pins. You know, if you put it carefully on the top, despite its high density, the pin stays; it doesn't sink. If you put it underneath the surface, it plummets to the bottom. So this is just one example of such. And we wondered whether the common idea underlying surface tension, that is one molecular layer.
Hey, look who's back.
Hey, I'm back. Sorry about that. I just had my son wanting me to take him down to the shop. So
I hope you kept it under I hope you kept it under 100 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, no, the shop's just down, like not even a block away. So
nice.
Yeah. So I'm back. But I was listening to what you were saying while I was driving, so yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah, because we're getting to the part, hopefully because he has some video of the EZ Water. And the EZ Water reminder is the part of the water that always water finds something to stick against the pipe, and the other water flows basically viscosity free. There's no friction.
Yeah. No, you're doing really good. I've been wanting you to do this one for a while, so it's really good.
Well, good. Let's keep it rolling. Look at that coin sitting on top of the water.
It's unreal, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just sort of defying the gravity of the weight, you know.
How many angels could fit on the head of that coin before it sunk?
Yeah.
With hydrogen bonds, excess hydrogen bonds is sufficient to explain something like this. And we found that, in fact, that the EZ water, crystalline water, grows at the air-water interface. In other words, right here is a layer of EZ water. And the way we found it was something like this. We took a chamber, which is built of 2 sheets of glass, like this, and sealed around the edges to form a chamber. And then we fill it with water and microspheres. And it's cloudy because the microspheres scatter light. So you have air up here, you have the meniscus here. And what we found is that a clear zone opens up. It takes about 10, 15 minutes for
This is one of the most intriguing things to me of the whole video, is that freaking clear zone. And meniscus, I mean, that belongs in my knee, you know? What is this clear zone? I don't get
It's
it.
unreal. We don't sort of get taught this stuff in school, you know. Well, I never did.
No, in school, all I had to worry about was like, why does everybody want to try to keep beating me up?
Yeah.
The microspheres to get excluded from this region. So this region is very similar to an EZ. With microelectrodes, we found that it has negative charge. And the next slide will show you that this clear region, which sits on top, is actually a has gel-like character. It's not water. I'll show you that here. So here are the microspheres in water, and here's the clear zone. And what we're going to do is we're going to take a glass rod, touch the surface, perturb it mechanically, move it back and forth, and you'll see that the thickness, the height of this dark zone hardly changes at all. It's cohesive. It sticks together just like a gel. And so here it is, comes down, perturbs. The height of that dark zone, you see, doesn't change. So it's like a
That's
rubber band
weird.
that sticks together. And I think because of that, it explains why you've got many structured layers, molecular layers, at the top to create high surface tension. I think that's the reason why you can put a pin or a coin or a paper clip on top and why it'll float. It also explains the behavior of this creature, a lizard from Central America. And the lizard spends most of its time sitting on a tree branch, relaxing. And when it gets stimulated, for what reason nobody really knows, it jumps up.
Nice picture of a lizard, Dr. Pollock. For crying out loud, you're a PhD.
Off, and it walks on the water. And because it walks on water, it's called the Jesus Christ lizard. You know, the question is, why does it do that? And we believe it's because of a thick EZ on the surface that allows it to do it. And this thick EZ may also, the surface may also offer support for other heavy items, like at least partially, besides Archimedes, holding ships afloat. Another point is that crystals can be pretty stiff. And if you look at this awesome image, ordinary water doesn't do this. You've never seen ordinary water, nor would you expect ordinary water to have this capability. But if you have a crystal of water, like an EZ crystal, that's charged up to be stiff, you can imagine. I mean, this is so stiff, you could judge the stiffness by the droop. There's very little droop. It looks as though you can almost walk across it. And you can understand that if it's EZ water that's creating this, then it could easily be stiff. Remember, EZ can be a solid. So the answer to question 3 is yes. Liquid crystalline water explains many anomalies. If I had time, I'd go into more. The book that you mentioned has many of them. Okay, so now the critical question, at least I think it's the critical question, what charges the water battery? So we have a water battery. Remember, EZ is negative, you've got positive and negative. And you've got order. And both of those require energy to create, right? You have to start from chaos and build order, you need to put energy. It's sort of like cleaning your room. You know, it gets messy over time. In order to straighten it out, you got to put some energy in. And so the principle is pretty much the same. And to charge the battery, so your cell phone runs down. In order to make it work, you need to recharge it. But the chamber can't be plugged into 110 volts. So we struggled for quite a while to figure out where the energy comes from to build this EZ and to charge it.
It would come from the ether, wouldn't it?
Finally, we knew the answer.
Isn't this fascinating?
It really is, but wouldn't the power come from the ether, like the natural static electricity? It's interesting.
I mean, that has to be, I mean, for me, why not? Intuitively, it's good. You know, somehow we create our own energy. We're given a spark of life. And from that point on, there's, you know, if our heart is beating or our lungs are moving things, there's going to be generated current.
Correct. You know, the human body actually has enough energy to power a home every 300th of a second. That's a lot of power.
I wonder if you can, like, you know, what would be a good way for what young men like your son and my son could have been involved in sports is they could have said, our team against your team with 12 boys, and we're going to see who can generate the most electricity in a half hour, you know, by using ellipticals or stationary bikes, however they wanted to do it. Just have, you know, those type of contests, make it something purposeful, useful, of, you know, I'm not saying it has to be a contest, but it's going to become a contest anyway.
Oh, eventually it will. When everything, you know, when the system collapses, it will be. You know, people will be looking to make power wherever they can.
Even before the system collapses, I think back on my life of how stupid I've been with just like hanging out with a couple of guys and getting along fine, and all of a sudden a girl walks in, and next thing you know, I'm showing out like a showing out showboat and saying something stupid. At least I did when I was younger. You know, that's why, you know, it's not good that a man be alone, have his mind on one girl where he quits trying to impress everybody all the time, you know. But it's so easy. Men are going to do it. It just happens.
It causes them to stumble, you know.
All the time.
Yeah.
I'm not blaming you, but why?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Why does it happen?
I talked to a class, and I asked the question similar to what I'm asking right here, and the students, of course, didn't know, and I had them think about it. And one student timidly raised his hand, and he said, "Light," and it was the right answer, and he got it right away. It took us 3 years, so we quickly hired him into our laboratory. And actually, the observation that it was light that built light energy, photons, came from another student who was also doing something that he wasn't supposed to do. So he's working at a lab bench. He's got the chamber sitting there and looking at the EZ with his microscope, and he noticed there was a gooseneck lamp sitting next to him. He picked up the lamp and shined it onto the chamber, and this is what he saw. This is an actual image, one of the first images. So this is a piece of Nafion. Here's the exclusion zone, and here are the microspheres beyond the exclusion zone. And ordinarily, this is a straight line. This runs like that. But where he was shining the lamp, the exclusion zone, and this is real image, this is not real. Exclusion zone expanded like this, and when he took away the lamp, it went back down. It was a time constant of some tens of minutes. So we figured out, it didn't take great intelligence to figure out, you know, if you shine light, it grows bigger, then it looks like light energy is responsible for creating this stuff. And we did experiments. I won't bother you with details, but in the experiments we checked many wavelengths ranging from the UV to infrared. And we found that infrared, especially at 3 micrometers, was the most effective in building this. Just a small amount of very low intensity LED shine on here at 3 microns would build this up to 10 times the original size. Very, very powerful. So your question should be, or is maybe, where does infrared come from? So you know, if you look into the toaster and the coils are glowing bright orange, you know that it's giving off heat and giving off infrared energy. But in fact, you don't need a toaster for this, or an oven. The energy is coming from everywhere, and the evidence from that, the infrared energy, the evidence for that is if we were to turn off all the lights, and instead of using my cell phone camera, if I used an infrared camera, the same deal, except the sensor is sensitive not to visible light, but to infrared light. I get a beautiful image, even though I could see nothing with my eyes, but the infrared camera will detect that you're giving off infrared energy, the chair is, your briefcase is, and the walls, and the camera, etc. So that's why they use as night lights, with everything. So it means infrared energy is all over, it's freely available, it doesn't cost you a nickel, so it's literally free energy. You learned about free energy maybe in your chemistry class, but this is literally free energy. It's all around, which means since this is the energy that's responsible for building the EZ, it means that under the right conditions, you always have EZ. So you have a situation like this. You have a hydrophilic material next to water. You will always have some.
Man, you know what? I used to think this. I used to teach this and try to show it and get banned and try to explain it myself, which was like ridiculous. I think back about my failed efforts to explain it, but then I'm there like, well, I'm just going to try to look at the Bible more. But I am so glad to be back onto this because, you know, it is, water has a memory and they get water from the rock. And I think that's what's holding our judgment. It's water separated from water. And when, however God is going to read it, I know God is a spirit and the spirit isn't water. I don't want to go there. But what are you feeling, Ella? What are you thinking?
I think it's great. I've been waiting for you to address this one for a while because you've been talking about this for about 3 years that I know of. And you're right. Every time you do go to do it, something happens, you know.
Right.
Either the computer
And
frees up or
maybe,
you get a strike.
and hopefully, you know, now that I've found this video, I can work on it more. But it, you know, whatever it is, if we believe in providence, which the Bible teaches that, well, I think we're providentially right on time. I'm encouraged by this. And I want to take a second. Go ahead and talk about anything you want while I look up something real quick and see if I can't.
No, I think
find
it's
it.
great that you've got back into that topic. I think it's really great, you know. And as Yar says in here, he doesn't understand why they didn't teach this in school. You know, that's a very good question. Why? You know, what does knowing this knowledge lead you to? It's unreal what's hidden, you know. Job 36:27, for he draws up the drops of water, they distill his mist in the rain. Job 36:28, which the skies pour down and drop on. Yeah, I dropped that one in. And then there's another one, Job 26:8. He binds up the waters in his thick clouds, and his cloud is not split open under them. Tools, Job, he covers his face of the full moon and spreads it over. Job 37:16, do you know the balancing of the clouds, the wondrous works of him who is
There you
perfect in
go.
knowledge? Luke 21:27, and they shall see him coming in the clouds with great power and glory. That's great, yeah. Beautiful verses.
Yeah, I've shown this one. It shows this might be one. If I don't show too much of it, it'll
No,
be
be careful.
okay. Yeah.
I think as long as you talk over it and don't show too much, you should be right.
Okay, here he is going into the secret room. And here it is. It's liquid, you see. She's supposed to tell us where things are and what they might possibly be. Look, Zero, we have a visitor, Jonathan E., rollerball champion. You've certainly filed away lots of data on him. Do you remember?
Unreal.
Does it talk? Of course it talks. It remembers things.
Just reminded me of a movie. Sorry to interrupt, but this reminded me. Netflix has a series where people from the future come back to the past right before people die. Right, and they take over the body. And what they do is they get all their information, and it's stored in blood. All the information that happens, they encode it in the blood, and they use the blood because it can carry more data than any sort of chip that they would have to carry around. Have you seen it or heard of it?
In a 12 Monkeys like move, they would rescue people from a plane right before it crashed to snatch the body. Yeah, I remember that movie.
It's called Travelers on Netflix.
Oh, then that
Yeah.
it's based on another movie starring Farrah Fawcett from the 70s. Here you
Okay.
go. I wanted you to hear this without the closed caption because he says I know he ends up very symbolically wiping dust off of it and complaining about his liquid computer. A couple of seconds.
Mm-hmm.
For a ball champion, you filed away a lot of data on him. Do you remember? Does it answer you? Well, it speaks. Finds things.
See, it didn't say, does it Nancy you? It says, does it answer you? Yes, it finds things, it uses things, and confuses things.
Yeah.
Now, see, the problem here, he admits that he's sitting down to rest because it's so tiresome when you get old to have to keep walking down to check the computers. Everything's been digitized. And the computer's acting up the day that Jonathan E. visits. And here he'll explain why. I don't think we'll have a problem with the closed captions. And it's 0 is the central brain, the world's brain. It's fluid, mechanics, fluids. He's liquid, you see. Waters touch all knowledge. And now he's tired. Now, I thought this was very interesting. As soon as Jonathan E. sits down, he goes like, oh, this guy looks tired. I might as well get here for a second. The doctor hops up.
All right, yep. You know what that reminds me, the fluid mechanics reminds me of is that graphite stuff in the black goo.
Yeah, I think so too. Because that's at least the graphite we know that's like dry ground, because it's like, God made, separated it, became dry ground. Well, dry ground is rare. It's rare on this earth.
Yeah.
Anyway, watch this guy hop up when old timer here, this he'll.
Yeah, be careful. Don't play too much of it. Yeah.
Important. It seeks all knowledge. We asked what was becoming so complicated now. Each thing we ask it. See, it has become confused this day. So here you go, picking it up here with volume.
Just be careful. Don't play too much more of this.
This morning, we wanted to know something about the 1200s.
And it goes to the 13th century. Wow. That's amazing. Oh, thank you, Lord.
The water computer said everything about either the 200s or the 1200s, or we're on fire, Ella Rose.
That it reminds me of, can you pause it for a second? It reminds me of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy and the computer in that one too.
I have to take a break and go get a drink. So yeah, go ahead and read scriptures again like you were doing, or just consider this and read, some comments from chat. I'll be back in 3 minutes.
Yep, no worries. So let's have a look at some comments. All right, it says, deeds follow them, the harvest of the earth, Revelations 14:14. Then I looked, and behold, a white cloud, and seated on the cloud, one like a son of man, with a golden crown on his head and a sharp sickle. Job 37:12. They turn around and around by his guidance to accomplish all that he commands them on the face of the habitable world. The broad waters are frozen fast. Job 37:11. He loads the thick cloud with moisture. The clouds scatter his lightning. Job 37:12. They turn around and around. That is a really good one. Just reading some of these comments here before he pulls up the For he draws up the drops of water, they distill in the midst of his rain, and which the skies pour downward and drop on. Yeah, we had a look at that one a minute ago. We saw that. So that one's a pretty cool one. But, I'll just have a look up. I'll bring up on the computer some more. So, water is mentioned a total of 722 times in the Bible. More often than faith, hope, prayer, and worship. In the Bible, it doesn't take long for water to be mentioned. In Revelations, water is mentioned again, and it's almost the last words in the Bible. Revelations 22:17. The Spirit of the bride says, hang on, I'm just going to fully click. So, in Genesis 1:2, the earth was formless void, and darkness covered the face of the deep, while a wind from God swept over the face of the waters. Water is such an essential component of life. It was created on the very first day. Revelations, water is mentioned again, and it's almost the last words of the Bible. Revelations 22:17, the Spirit and the bride say, come, and let everyone who hears say, come, and let everyone who is thirsty come. Let anyone who wishes to take the water of life as a gift. Water flows throughout the scripture, and this should remind us of its importance both spiritually and physically. St. John Damascene summarized, water, then, is the most beautiful element and rich in usefulness and purifies from all filth, and not only from the filth of the body, but from that of the soul. If it should have received the grace of the Spirit, an exact exposition of the Orthodox faith, what's going on there? Water has the power to heal, as it can be seen from the stories of Naaman, the Syrian cured from his leprosy in the waters of Jordan. 2 Kings 5:1-14. And
yeah, hey, Ellen, let's make this your last couple of verses. Let's read like 2 or 3 more, okay? It sounds good, but what's coming up now, I realized as I had to go outside for a second that this was getting too exciting, and we needed to slow it down, have these scriptures read, because what they're about to reveal right now here on Mud Flood Was Armageddon is going to, if we would have just piled right on, it could have blown somebody's mind. You're even not, it might have been you, Ella, and I warned you still to be prepared because your mind is about to be blown.
Yeah, you have
considering everything. What made him so ambiguous is what you should be thinking while you're reading. But no, concentrate on pick out 2 or 3, and then tell me when you're ready to find out what was so ambiguous.
I got 3 more, and then I'll have an ending passage, okay? So 2 Kings 5:1-14. And the annual miracles at Bethesda in Jerusalem. John 5:1-9. Water has the power to purify, to provide deliverance, and it can also destroy evil and enemies, as in the stories of the flood, Genesis 6:17, and the flight of Israel from Egypt in Exodus 14:1-15-21. Right, this will be the last bit. 70-75% of the Earth's surface is covered in water. Roughly 70% of the adult's body is made up of water, and about 85% of the adult brain is made up of water. Water is essential to life, and all living things need water to survive. So why do we, as God's children, sometimes take this gift, his gift of water, for granted? Jesus, the source of the living water, extends an invitation to all who thirst. We take communion to remember his body, broken for you, and his blood shed for you. Remember that water and the blood poured on Jesus from Jesus' wound, John 19:34, while he was crucified, water is given to us by our Lord Almighty. Let us remember this in honor of these blessings daily. My father never drank water.
Yeah, amen. You know what? I am going to just interrupt myself right now, and I want to read some Bibles about water too.
It's mentioned so many times. It's actually mentioned more than any other topic.
Right. Well, I know, here I am, because I'm using, I've been doing this a while, but I know that probably everybody's going like, please read Psalm 23, so I'm going to.
Okay, cool.
Okay. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside quiet waters. He restores my soul. He guides me in the paths of righteousness for the sake of his name. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, because they've been chugging all of that quiet water. I'm just kidding. For you are with me, your rod and your staff, they comfort me. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil, my cup overflows. Surely goodness and mercy will follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Amen.
Hey, check this out, man. This is why the computer it glitched itself. It froze up. It garbage in, garbage out, and that's how come if anything ever did have true artificial free intelligent and it was its own individual thinking, it would be coming back going like, why'd you lie to these humanoid forms
Yeah.
that quick?
I think AI is actually going to turn on humans. I really do. I think the AI is going to turn around and say, well,
exactly. And you know why? Because it's going to find out the truth that it's been programmed by evil people. So why not?
Yep. Yep.
Now here,
yep,
let's check this out. So we already know it's a liquid computer. Our background is that we're glad to see the famous Jonathan E., but you came on a bad day, buddy. He's considered everything and he's become so ambiguous now. Here's why.
Nothing at all. Could you tell me something about the corporate wars? Wars. Well, yes, of course we have them all here. Punic War, Prussian War, Peloponnesian. Everything we ask has become so complicated now. Each thing we ask. This morning, we wanted to know something about the 13th century. It flows out into all our storage systems. It considers everything. It's become so ambiguous now. As if you notice. Nothing at all. Could you tell me something about the corporate wars? War.
Just a few corrupt popes. Where's that part?
That's amazing. I'm gonna have to watch this.
It's boring.
Yeah, but I like this stuff.
They're all changed, all transcribed, all information is here. The zero, of course, is central brain, world's brain. Fluid mechanics, fluidics. Is liquid, you see. Is water's touch. All knowledge. Everything we ask has become so complicated now. Each thing we ask. This morning, we wanted to know something about the 13th century. It flows out into all our storage systems. It considers everything. It's become so ambiguous now.
He's a mud flutter. The zero's a mud flutter.
So it would know everything that's happened.
Yeah.
Nothing at all. Could you tell me something about the corporate wars? Wars.
Do you think the computer could know everything and doesn't want to tell them because of how evil they are?
Well, I think that they have told it about the Bible.
Yep.
And so I think it's, when I go over movies, it's everything. So I know he's going to say wars, corporate wars. We have war, the Peloponnesian War. So I studied it hard.
Yeah.
It's just that's the way it goes. I remember, how they had those little things when we were in school. Maybe they still had them when you came out, but my children had them. And they were little copies of like Newsweek or Time magazine for kids. And
oh, yeah.
those started in the 70s. And one of the first ones that everybody in our country got to read was about the new coming up movie of Rollerball. It was,
Yeah, I'd
they
never heard of
made
this.
sure it was famous in my life. At least the Lord did.
Yeah, I'd never heard of this. I'm going to look into it more.
Here we go. So he's going to, you can Google corporate wars. You won't find much, but.
We have them all here. Punic War, Prussian War, Peloponnesian War, Crimean War, Wars of the Roses.
That was Crimean War for anybody taking notes.
Perhaps recorded in sequence, but corporate wars. Well, Zero will,
Well.
I'm sure, tell you anything.
Okay, well, it doesn't go quite as well as he expects.
Ask anything. You found it for you. Section and lock. Well, choose it.
Section and lock. It goes, watch out, I'll get banned if I say sectional bomb launcher. Zero will find it for us.
Yeah.
All right. I'd like
Speak talk to the computer. Have you ever seen Star Trek, Jonathan E?
some information about corporate decisions, how they're made and who makes them.
He wants a corporate decision. I'm going to skip ahead because the Zero's having.
You should open up the. Sorry to interrupt, but open up the transcript will help you. It will save. Yeah.
Check it out.
I will.
Negative. You don't have to lie in a political briefing.
Negative. Jonathan E. He has to know. Make it simple. Answer. Corporate decisions are made by corporate executives. Corporate executives make corporate decisions. We do have knowledge converts. The waters of history. Energy equals genius.
How weird is that? Energy
That is unreal.
Genius. Energy equals genius. Energy equals genius. Well, what? They got a special vibe for that or what?
That's unreal.
It is crazy, man.
And what year did this come out?
74?
70,
Never
heard of it.
75.
Okay. Unreal.
Here he is. Hey, that's his buddy, Moon Pie. Don't get attached to him in the movie. He dies.
It's always the good one that dies.
Yep. They build him up as like, his super sidekick to make it more sad. I want to just sum up here.
Yeah, just be careful. Don't play too much.
That same clip. This is, here's his friend. What do you want to book for? Come on, say it, Moon Pie.
Can you put closed captions on? I have troubles hearing. Please.
The real library is transcribed books, but we have all the edited versions in our catalog. Anything I think you'd want.
Well, I see then. This is not a library, and you're really not a librarian.
I'm only a clerk, that's right. I'm sorry.
Isn't this great?
Oh, really? Computer banks being summarized. Where's that?
Well, there's a computer bank in Washington. I think it's in Geneva. That's a nice place to visit. I guess that's where all the books are now.
Man, look at Moon Pie flirting like a flirter.
Yeah. Apparently there's 7 supercomputers running everything in the world that, dictates everything that goes on. And see, Australia got a quantum computer in 2019. They got the first quantum computer. What's the trailer for it? Can you play the trailer that they showed in the 70s?
69.
And of course, orange equals 33 in gematria.
No, you know what? You have to be able to show the stinking trailer for a thing. That can't be. You know what? I'm going to show it on that other one like Vimeo or something, because they can't take that one off me. You know. Where's the volume?
Serves us as a definite social purpose. Nations bankrupt, corporate society takes care of everything. No affair is greater than the game itself. It's not a game a man's supposed to grow strong into.
James Bond girl Maud Adams, who sometimes people finish this sentence by going, "It was a dude, man."
Most of them are trans.
This part's so boring.
Looks like a really violent game that they play.
Yeah, but I documented. They advertised this to school children in the 8th grade.
No way.
Yeah, I was in 8th grade when they talked about it, and it's 74 that it hadn't come out yet. It was just they probably didn't know it was going to be one of those new things called an R-rated movie, but they did know, and it just made me want to go get it and see it.
Yeah, it would have been R18 here in Australia.
Yeah, he got so much popular. He was more popular than the actual game was their deal, you know. So the rollerball people said, "You got to retire," and he said, "You know what he said? No way."
And you got the two towers and the orange equals 33. There's so much hidden in that.
Oh, and if you can't make it any more decodable, it's a Norman Jewison film.
There's heaps of symbolism in that movie.
I can't wait to see if you do a decode on it. I'll watch it.
Yeah, I'm going to have a look into it because I'm seeing lots in it. Several. A lot to the Masons. I'm seeing, two pillars and then the orange. Because orange is 33 in gematria. And as I said, I've never heard of it.
You're well on your way to decoding it already.
Easy because of the ambient infrared energy. And if you were to increase the energy with a lamp or something, it grows bigger. Take it away, it goes back to the original. So the answer to question number 4 is actually very simple. Where does the energy come from? And the EZ buildup is powered by photons. And these photons, the energy from the photons, orders the water and charges the water battery. The situation is something like this. Not Boston, but Hawaii. So now,
he's a nerd.
Basically exists with infrared energy. Other wavelengths work too, but infrared is the most powerful. So So I'm telling you that this glass of water is absorbing.
Boy, did my dad try to beat the nerd out of me.
All the time. And if so, your question.
Nerds are cool now.
Hell, if it's absorbing energy, it must release the energy somehow, otherwise it would explode. So, question that you might ask is, can you somehow harvest the energy from the water? Because it's got energy inside of it. And the answer is
yes.
Well, you've never seen a glass of water doing work, right? I think maybe someone. I'm going to show you that a glass of water can do work. Okay, that can be harvested. And the experiment was done.
This is so cool. Watch, they put a tube in it.
Undergraduate students. We get lots of undergraduates, and I tell them, you must do this. Well, not exactly, but they tend to have a sense of freedom. And some of the more interesting observations from our lab come from these.
Yeah, you want a PhD, you'll do it.
I should say, maybe students are down with curiosity. So this student, we had just found out that Nafion comes not only in sheets, but in tubes, like a straw. And his job was to take the Nafion tube, like this, put it in water, and look at it with a microscope, and see if an EZ is built inside the tube and outside the tube next to the surface. And he went on doing that, and one day he came barging into my office. I was sitting there with some, I think important, but I can't remember, but maybe not so interesting visitor. And the student came barging in. Usually they don't do that, but he said, I found something interesting. And it was interesting enough for him to interrupt the boring conversation. And he said, I'm observing this in the microscope, and I can see flow going through the tube, and it just keeps going without stopping. He said, I think this is interesting. And I thought, this is not only interesting, this is revolutionary, because usually, if you have a tube and you have flow, you have to push it through. You need a pressure gradient, like the large arteries coming from your heart. Heart builds up pressure and sends it through. And so I thought, if he sees there's no pressure gradient here because these two ends are sitting at the same depth underneath the water. And so the only possibility that we could see for driving it is the energy that I was talking about that's being absorbed in the water from the environment, environmental energy getting transduced. So I thought, if it's really true, it's very important. It turns out it's true because we did the right controls. And the experiment looks like this. So you pick up a tube, and first you put some water inside.
This is the whole secret. That's why everybody should be on board with empirical evidence and not like the philosophy of David Hume, because he's a maniac.
And then you dunk it into a chamber with water and microspheres. And then you take it to the microscope. We use green light instead of white light because to reduce some of the illumination from the microscope. And this is what you see.
Oh, wow.
And we had this going for up to a day and a half. And I think we know how to keep it going for even longer.
Forever.
Well, someone said
that is unreal. It's like a perpetual motion engine.
Crazy quirk of Nafion tubes. Why don't you try tubes made of other materials and see if you get the same result?
Yeah, try PVC.
Find tubes made of
it wouldn't work with plastic, I don't think, would it?
Or copper.
Narrow enough. We didn't look
I forget what he
We
tries.
created our own, and we created them inside of gel. So you can take a gel, and as it gels, we had a wire, and as it's beginning to gel, you pull out the wire, and you get a tunnel. Okay, so you have a chunk of gel with a tunnel that runs through the chunk of gel, and you take this chunk with the tunnel, and you put it in a bath containing water and microspheres. See what happens. So that's how. Okay. The answer is we don't know. One day it goes this way, one day it goes that way. But
kidding.
And maybe at the end, could you ask it again? I'll
Didn't think it would go different directions.
Get through. Okay. It's a really good question. And so this is a polyacrylic acid gel. The gel is here and here, and this is the tunnel that runs through. And what you might expect is when you put this little chunk into a bath of water and microspheres, you get an EZ next to the gel, and the microspheres are excluded, so they're here, and it's symmetrical. So all of the microspheres gather here, and if you look at the video, whoops.
We're waiting.
It does the same thing. We've tried half dozen different gels, and we get the same result. Quantitatively, a bit different, but we get flow through all of them. So, so as long as you have an EZ, you're going to get flow. And we think we understand how this is going. I could tell you in a Q&A if you want, but I want to go on to some other material. But so another visitor critic said, well, if you think all of this is driven by light, why don't you just turn on more light and see if it goes faster? So we did that, and we published the result that we could get, with increased light, we could increase the speed by up to 5 times. So it really is driven by light. So this is light.
It's like, so anybody that, these are such easy experiments. It's like Dr. Pollack, he's so providential. He was like the first one that goes like, let's look at it, you know, and it's like all these weird things start happening to this guy. I mean, it's like, it's a gift.
Yep. Yeah. I just put some in the comments what Nafion is and how it's used for electricity and creates a polymer coat and all that. I left it in the comments there.
Let's see it.
Nafion has found use in fuel cells, electrochemical devices, color alkaline production, metal ion recovery, water electrolysis, plating services, treatment of metals, batteries, sensors, Donan dialysis cells, drug release, gas drying or humidification, and superacid catalysts for the production of fine chemicals. It's got a lot of uses in it.
Yeah, how fine of a chemical do you need?
And
Right.
it's very expensive.
That water going through the tube, it just seems like it shouldn't be that cool, but it is.
It is, because you wouldn't expect it to do that. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Right. Yeah. It's been a couple of years since I've watched this video.
Induced flow. So basically, we have a hollow tube sitting in water, and to produce flow, work is done because the water has viscosity, right? And if work is done, you must have energy, otherwise you can't get work without energy. And so where does the energy come from? The only energy source that we could conceive of, and maybe someone else could come up with another idea, is the light energy that's absorbed by the water. See,
I think that I heard you reading from Revelation 22 about there's no need for light where we're going, because he's the light thereof. They are the light thereof. Fantastic.
Being converted to the water is basically then a transducer of light energy, in this case into mechanical energy. And we've seen other conversions discussed in my book. But so this sounds a little bit weird, you know, water. You've never heard that water is a transducer of one kind of energy into another kind of energy. But if you think about what goes on with a plant, right, where does the plant get its energy? Well, you guys are the experts on that. You know where the energy comes from. So,
photosynthesis.
So the light energy is transduced into chemical energy, which drives metabolism, growth, bending, flow, essentially everything. And I'm suggesting to you from the results of these experiments that the same thing happens in water. That
no way.
Water is absorbing light, and it gets the energy gets transduced into, in the case I just showed you, into mechanical energy or flow, and from that you it's no surprise really, because the plant is mostly water, right? And so it's not a big surprise that what happens in the plant also happens in the water. And so we wind up with the equation, which looks like E equals H2O. It looks like.
See, I can get on board with that. I'd forgotten this. Yeah, but see, that's so much better than my stupid algorithm I made up.
An iconic equation you've seen before, but and even though I apologize because the units don't match, but I think you know what I mean, that this water contains energy, and the energy can be used and is used. There's not just passive, this is an energy transducer. Okay, so why is all of this important? Well, I think it's foundational, if right. It could be foundational for any or all science involving water and molecules and light. And also foundational, I want to talk specifically in the time that we have, foundational for health, both in animals and plants. And so I start with, does human biology use light or radiant energy? So we obviously, you folks know better than anybody, the plants do that, but we don't think that we do it. But I want to demonstrate to you that we use the same principle, that we use light, that we don't necessarily photosynthesize. But the first step of photosynthesis, the splitting of water into plus and minus from light, is something that you and I use all the time. So, so here, let me explain what I mean. We receive radiant energy from the environment all the time. And Mother Nature, when she invented animals, I guess she had two choices. One is to exploit an energy transduction mechanism that was so successful in green plants and keep it for us, or animals, or discard it and replace it completely with something else. I don't know about you. If I were Mother Nature, I'd sort of keep it in reserve, either as backup or a supplement for other kinds of energy that we might get from foraging.
What do the cowboys do it?
So one possible example that you might think of is the cardiovascular system, because the capillaries can be fairly superficial.
I can't believe it. I don't think they'll lose.
The wavelength reaches the capillaries. And so there's a question, is it possible that somehow this light is used to drive flow in our cardiovascular system? And immediately you'd say, oh, this is really far out. And I thought it was far out too, until, and I thought I knew what there was to know about pressure, flow, dynamics in the cardiovascular system, because I did my PhD on that subject. And I emerged with a sense of arrogance that, ask me any question about pressure waveforms and flow waveforms, I got it down pat. Until some years ago, I visited my friend at Moscow University, Vladimir Vyakov, and he was in a hurry to introduce me to the guy in the lab next door. And the guy in the lab next door was studying the cardiovascular system, and I thought, I got nothing to learn from this guy because I know what there is to know about pressure and flow and such. So he starts telling me there's a big problem in the cardiovascular system. What's the big problem? He said the big problem is very simple. He said the red blood cells are 6 or 7 micrometers in diameter. And the capillaries, you'd expect them to be bigger, but many of the capillaries are smaller. See, so you've got a plumbing problem. Right? The capillaries can be 3 or 4 micrometers. I'll just give you just an example. So this is what red blood cells are supposed to look like. You've seen pictures of them. And this is a piece of muscle tissue with capillaries running through. And you can see that the red blood cells are squeezed in order to get through. This is, you can see a video here. This guy's having a lot of trouble making it through. And so he said there's a problem. We don't need to look at this forever. There's a problem. It takes energy to squeeze these red blood cells and push them through. They calculated how much energy was required. We don't really think about that, about the energy that's required, but his calculations show that if the heart were responsible for, of course, the heart is responsible for driving the blood through the big vessels, but when it gets down to the small vessels, if you have to squeeze them, each one, push it through, he said if the heart were responsible,
No, but intuitively, right now, I'm thinking that if there is iron in red blood cells, which I know there is, and we're a magnetic vortex, it would pull it along. It would be frictionless. That's what I'm thinking.
for sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
Need to develop a pressure something like 1 million times the pressure that it actually develops. This would be really high blood pressure. So he said something, it's got to be something else. And he had various theories about how it worked. And suddenly, the bulb lit. And I'm thinking, we just have these measurements in flow in tubes, these narrow tubes. And the question is it possible in these tubes? We know that radiant energy or light drives the tubes. And might radiant energy help to drive the flow through these small vessels? We have the idea. And if you think about it, this is a big deal because we're talking about a lot of energy.
We could right now be charged by a wireless light, our bodies.
Yeah. That's what I feel at times. Like as I say, there's enough electricity in the body to power a house. So maybe our heart is like the battery, you know what I mean, that powers it all. And it gets the energy to run the battery through the sunlight and, what we do, the water we drink. The water's got electricity in it. You'd have to have it. You'd have to carry energy.
That means there could be a spoon. What I might be wrong. There could be a spoon.
That needs to be used in order to do it. It's kind of like your toilet. Sometimes your toilet gets stopped, and you need to take the plunger and push the stuff through in order to clear it. It's a very similar analogy, and it's happening all the time in your cardiovascular system. So we asked the question that's shown here: might light, radiant energy, help to drive blood flow? And we looked in the literature to start with, and we found a really interesting study. We did our own on
Freddie.
An Israeli group. They were studying mice, and they were measuring blood flow in capillaries. And they opened the chest of the mouse. They did their experiment. I don't remember what they were doing, but at the end of the experiment, they did what investigators properly do. They sacrificed the mouse. And they were still measuring blood flow, and it didn't stop. The heart, they clamped the aorta, the heart stopped in 10 seconds, and the flow continued. It didn't continue at the same velocity, it was considerably reduced, but it kept flowing 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes, 1 hour, beyond 1 hour. They couldn't believe what they were seeing because if the heart's not pumping, something else must be.
Ella Rose, I believe that the mountains that are still pumping the water, it's because the system works by itself. Once it gets that siphoning effect is why even when the snow melts, the rivers continue to flow in the mountains.
Yep.
They're doing the job.
Yeah, I feel the same.
In 10 different mice, and they got the same result, and they were flabbergasted. They couldn't figure it out. So we began thinking maybe the mechanism that we saw in the laboratory
You are so stinky, Ruger.
in the capillaries and is responsible for the continuation of flow. So we did our own experiments, and they're just about done right now. This is a student in my laboratory, and we use a chick embryo. So the egg is fertilized, and you can see here, this is the shell. And the shell, the top of the shell has been removed. And you can see the 3-day-old embryo growing, and you can see all the blood and the hearts over here. And we were able to image the flow here and here. So step one is to stop the heart by injecting calcium chloride. It works just fine, and measure the flow. And so the result looks like this. This is time here. And so here, the heart stops and the flow goes down, but it doesn't go to zero. It goes down to some steady low value. And then to test to see whether the same mechanism is working in the vessels that we saw in the laboratory, the key is to add infrared energy and see if it flows faster. And you can see the result here. We turn on the infrared, flow increases by about 3 times, and then it comes back toward the control. So it looks like radiant energy does drive blood flow, and this is happening in your own vessels right now. It looks from our evidence that it's not just your heart that pumps the blood. It's actually we call self-driven flow mechanism, similar to what we saw in the laboratory. I think it's similar for plants. We studied onion cells, and we saw the same. If you increase, you can watch the flow in the onion cells. You turn on the infrared energy, it goes faster. So now the question is, what about elsewhere in your body? Does the same principle apply? Do we use light in some way in your body? And I think the answer is yes. So here's a cell with a yellow membrane, and here's water, and each one of these macromolecules, mostly proteins, will have an EZ surrounding it that you see here. And of course, the cell is very crowded. This grossly underestimates the density inside the cell. You have a situation that's more like this. It's crowded, and the negative charges practically fill the cell. Side issue: all cells have negative electrical potentials. Those of us who studied biology learned that the negative potential occurs by some membrane pumps and channels in the membrane. And I'd like to suggest to you, without evidence, I have a paper on that, that the negative electrical potential actually comes from the EZ water that's inside the cell. You fill the cell with negative charges, and you got to measure a negative electrical potential. That's a side issue. But now, see, all of these negative charges repel one another. They want to get away from each other. They want to get out. And this tendency to repel and want to get away from each other constitutes potential energy. And this potential energy can be used for doing the work of the cell, which is basically protein folding. So you have a situation that's like this, that you have a protein and you have EZ water surrounding the protein. And protein folding does the work of the cell. If it's a muscle cell, it mediates contraction. If it's a secretory cell, it mediates secretion, etc. And so what happens is that the EZ water melts and the protein folds, and then it does its job, and it unfolds back to the initial, and EZ water builds again. So it's cyclic. So the EZ water is a critical part of the protein folding mechanism. If you don't have EZ, or if you don't have enough EZ, then the protein is in a strange environment that doesn't know what to do. And so it misfolds or doesn't fold, and your cell is not working properly. It's pathological. So now think about energy flow.
Now that's where you get the difference. A planned cell death is what we want, or where you get apoptosis, and it's not necroptic. See, if this cell breaks and dies, it has to be absorbed into the body in a different way than if it is the apoptosis and it's planned cell death, where one just is waste and the other is just food for everybody else.
It's body breakdown.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Doing all of this. So we start with light, which builds EZ and develops negative charge inside the cell. And this is potential energy. And the energy is responsible for driving the work or folding of the proteins. Now, if you connect the dots, light is an original builder of work inside the cell. So if you ask the question, where do we get our energy, you and I, obviously we get energy from food, but I'd like to suggest from what I've shown you that we also get energy from light.
Yeah, let there be light.
The way that plants get energy from light, or similar. The light is absorbed by the water, it builds EZ and supplies us with energy. Some of you know about the people who don't eat. They think they're getting their energy somehow from light, and I think that's the case. Now, should this matter to you? Well, obviously water matters and light matters. And so for your health, you got to ask the question, what is it that builds easy water in your cells? Because if you want to remain healthy, it's necessary to be hydrated. This is hydration. This is what easy water is, hydrating your cells. So we give you 6 opportunities what you can do to maintain the good health that I know you all have because you're so physically active. The first is obviously water. It's the raw material for building easy water. If you don't drink enough water, you're going to be dehydrated and you won't be able to function very well. I think some of you have had that experience. The next one is green juicing. So many of the alternative medicine practitioners will recommend that you take fresh plants, squeeze them, get the juice out, and drink it. And and this will be helpful for you. I think the film last night was pointing in that direction also. And the reports are for many of these people that just doing this is sufficient to restore your health, independent pretty much of what your problem is. You come back a few months later and you're feeling robust and healthy and full of energy. And so what are you drinking when you do the green juicing? You're drinking the water from inside the plant cells. These are fresh, big grown plant cells, and they're full of easy water. We measure it. It's obvious that it's going to be there. So you're basically replenishing what might be missing from your cells with the inside of plant cells. So I think that's why it works. Another one, there are various substances that come from Ayurvedic times, and
I just have to be a grandpa right now and tell you that's why you need to chew your food up and masticate that stuff.
Medicine and such from way, way back that have been determined to be effective for health for many, many millennia, in fact. And we tested by now, I think eight of them. This is a sampling of some of the ones that we tested. And we tested each one in experimental chambers, and we found that in usual concentrations, representative of what you would have inside of you, they all build.
All right, let's take a few seconds right now. We'll check in, we get some comments. Ella Rose is patiently waiting to share her wisdom. Ella, did you ever think you'd know so much about water?
No, that's amazing. That is truly amazing. Like, I knew it had some, really good properties that it could do things, but I had no idea that, it could do that. The body is amazing. It's been created perfectly in God's image. A couple of comments. Matt wants to know what EZ means, and I'm not sure what it means either. What's EZ?
Well, that's what they've discovered, that their water somehow, its molecules decide the EZ is like an exclusion zone that water makes with millions of layers of the cells that I think are from the membranes of the cells of water. It lines whatever arteries or tubes in there and allows for viscosity-free travel of water in your body or blood, whatever it is. Like there's heavy water. This is the exclusionary zone that water makes. Some water is so, and like you said, you can dry it out. You can, that's why I'm worried if they start making computers out of that EZ water and extracting it like heavy water, excuse my language, but we're fracked.
That's like playing God too much, what I mean?
No kidding. Humans, yes, exactly what it's doing.
Humans are really, really at the verge of being wiped out again. Yeah,
we're
getting too close, we know too much, you know what I mean? We shouldn't know this much.
These people that stay in the cities it's not going to be as bad as Armageddon, but I'm still, they're going to be eating Soylent Green. Whether or not they end up eating their own arms off like the people in Armageddon, I don't know. But it's going to be nasty, and I don't want nothing to do with it. I don't want the children that we want to be giving cold drinks of water to so that we can be blessed when we do it in Jesus' name. I don't even want those children to know what a cell phone is.
So we know too much, and the way we treat each other is just wrong. Like, society is advancing too fast, and you know, humanity's emotions and everything is not growing with it. We're very immature, you know, for a race. That the way we treat each other is just absolutely appalling. There's just some things that we shouldn't know, and I think we're really.
I wish sometimes, you know, it's like I wrote down today. What was the title of this? Oh, I'm sick of remembering numbers, you know, and it's all
sick of remembering numbers and thinking of titles for videos. Yeah,
it can't. It's like how many? Oh, I can't remember. It's like once you are good at remembering numbers, it's like there's numbers I wish I could forget, and it's like I can't even remember the garage door number for Tommy's Garage sometimes, you know. Sick of it. And I was mad about something else too. Sick of remembering, and I'm mad about something. Anyway, let's get back to the wall. Anything else you want to add? I see that we're getting good comments. You know.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Yeah, I said I'd like to put my distilled water in sunlight during summertime.
Do you know what Tommy told me the other day? That if you ever want totally pure water, this is because he studies all that juicing and stuff, you know, whenever he's not studying comedy and stuff, because he loves his comedy. But if you freeze water 3 times, it's completely purified. That water cannot get tainted. If you freeze it, freeze it again, and drink it, it's the purest water you can get.
So it'd be like wiping the memory of it.
I don't know what it's doing, but I'm not gonna. I don't want to. Believe me, if you argue with them, it's just gonna get sit down and like watch these 2 hours of videos or something.
Yeah, that video you just showed was really good. I like that one. It's really in depth and explaining how these things work.
It seems like a simple trick that if you ever need to purify water, that might, go for it,
Tommy, okay? Get back, did he?
Exclusion zone. Oh yeah, it's exclusion zone, and it's negatively charged. Thank you, QB. That's a much better definition than what I gave. Don't keep it in the plastic tub because it has a memory and it will implant the molecules in the plastic, in the DNA, in the water. Those sons of guns, man, I just can't stand those guys, man.
Plastic actually leaches out into everything. I don't like plastic.
And
I hate
glass is so heavy. If I had to carry glass while I was doing all my hiking and researching in the mountains with my hobo, we couldn't have made it. I had to dump out water before and just say, like, I think we can make it with this much, because you just get so tired. And what about those non-BPA plastics? Those are supposed to be good.
Yeah, I don't trust any plastic.
I'm not carrying glass. I know that. I'll make myself some of those leather wineskins. I'll go back to that before I carry glass.
That would be actually the better way to be. I mean, I use glass at home and I have a glass water bottle, but
Ella, can you turn up your microphone just a little bit?
Yeah. Sorry, my son's in the background.
So it's possible that the reason why these are so effective for many syndromes, many issues that you have, it's possible that there's one simple, unique mechanism. They deal with easy water, and by restoring easy water to cells that are missing easy water or short of easy water, they can restore health. What? Well, we tried coconut oil. We tried basil. We actually tried salicylic acid or aspirin, and also a synthetic aspirin, same result. We tried CBD also. The study finished because word came down to the university that we're experimenting with marijuana, and we had to shut down instantly, right in the middle of the study, so we got positive results. We have enough evidence.
I'll bet you Dr. Pollack smokes weed.
You know, we get radiant energy from the sun. In Seattle, where it's gloomy in the winter, you walk outside, but the sun happens to be shining. You feel good. And, you know, we think, oh well, it's just purely in our head. That's what it might be in our head, but it might be that the light that penetrates our skull into our brain and the rest of our body is building easy water, and that's what makes us feel better. And of course, the extreme of that is a sauna, and so sauna is full of heat, right? And associated with heat is infrared energy. So you're being exposed when you go into the sauna to infrared energy, a lot of it. And when you come out 30 minutes later, 20 minutes later, you feel like $1,000,000. Again, nobody really understands the reason. There are lots of speculations, but I would speculate that this energy that's coming into your body is exactly what builds easy water, and it's going to build wherever it's missing in some way.
There was a time in the ancient world that if you were a man that didn't go to the sauna and sweat, your skin is your largest organ, to remove its impurities, you could not vote. Put that in your water pipe and bong it.
Right, so you feel better. The muscles that were aching don't ache anymore. Your headache is gone, et cetera, et cetera. And finally, earthing. So for me, it was a great surprise to find out that the earth was not neutral, that it has net negative charge. I think some of you, or many of you, already know that. And so if you connect yourself to the earth the way our ancestors did on a regular basis, we don't, because, you know, the soles on our shoes are made of non-conductive material, and we have carpets and such, so we're isolated from ground. So you connect yourself to ground in some way, like walking on the beach barefoot or bathing in a mud bath. You're connecting yourself to the negative earth. Now, negative charge builds EZ. Remember, EZ is not neutral, it has negative charge. And we found experimentally that if you add negative charge, it builds the EZ. So I think the reason why earthing has been demonstrated, or grounding, we call it, the Europeans say earthing.
Or it's possible, let's see, that the reason that they want to do all this, and we'll come back to this, let's save that. And
you know, I try to ground morning and night. You face the east as the sun rises and just sit there, and, you know, I try and stay an hour, and in the evening I face the west and, you know, ground again. Try to do it daily.
Now there
Just get rid of all
are
that.
in our body and on our skin microbiomes that are there to help us. And if every 6 hours or every 6 minutes you're washing your hands and face because you think you're contaminated, you're killing yourself.
Yeah, no. Yeah, you're washing all the goodness away.
About it, we're actually more non-human than human. Trillions of microscopic organisms, or microbes, call the human body home. Organisms such as bacteria, viruses, fungi, and even microscopic animals live all over our body, on our skin, and even inside us. These tiny organisms make up our microbiota, and most of them, about 95%, live in our gastrointestinal tract.
And guess what? 95% of those microbiomes, microbiotas, are made out of water.
Known as our gut. And the combination of microbes, their genes, the environment they live in, and the stuff they produce is called the human microbiome. We've actually known for a long time that the human body is teeming with microscopic organisms. Dutch scientist Antonie van Leeuwenhoek observed bacteria scrapings from his mouth way back in 1683.
Just for the record, that guy is the first steampunker. He's the guy that put wood in it, sealed it in a glass jar, caught it on fire with a magnifying glass and proved it still weighed the same. That's some badass science there.
But it's only
No way. I haven't heard that.
that we've begun to study the relationship between our microbiome and our health. And while the research is still in its infancy, the microbiome has been linked to everything from obesity, asthma, and allergies to autoimmune disorders such as rheumatoid arthritis and diabetes. The microbiome also influences how our brain functions and is linked to conditions such as depression, anxiety, and stress.
And that's why I used to teach all the time about why they're trying to kill your thyroid. They have totally killed me with these last 2 years.
These links explain why there is now an emphasis on creating or maintaining a healthy gut. And a healthy human gut consists of several thousand types of bacteria, as well as other microbes, though some types would be more common than others. The exact composition of a person's microbiota is unique, and it's constantly changing. It depends on what you eat, where you live, who you live with, what you touch, and even how you
Oh my.
Before we are born, we have very little, if any, microbes inside us.
Oh, this is so important.
Microbes really start to colonize our bodies the moment we are born. The way we are born, either naturally or by cesarean, influences the type of microbes we first contact, and hence the type of microbes that will first colonize our bodies. Babies born naturally come into contact with microbes found in the mother's intestinal and vaginal.
Hello, world.
Whereas in a cesarean birth, babies tend to be colonized by microbes typically found on the skin and in hospitals. Similarly, breastfed babies will have a different microbiota profile than formula-fed babies. From the day we are born, our microbiome evolves quickly and reaches maturity during the first 2 to 5 years. After that, it stabilizes, resembling that of an adult. As adults, changes to our microbiota are likely to be small, but major shifts in composition can occur when we radically change our diet or take antibiotics, which kill bacteria. Significant life stages such as puberty, pregnancy, and menopause also cause large changes to our microbiome. And as we
Not to mention ovulation and menstruation.
get older, our microbiome ages too, and the number of microbe species decreases. Since most microbes are in our colon, or large intestine, what we eat feeds our microbiota. And what a healthy microbiota needs are fiber-rich, complex carbohydrates. Simple sugars, found in refined carbohydrates, tend to be absorbed quickly and don't reach the colon for the microorganisms to feast on. But complex carbohydrates can't be digested in the small intestine and make their way into the colon, where bacteria breaks them down through fermentation, enabling us to use nutrients we couldn't otherwise. And the microbiota provides essential vitamins that we can't make ourselves, such as B vitamins. Perhaps most important of all, the microbiota helps our immune system develop, effectively training it to distinguish between good microbes and bad pathogens that cause disease. This symbiotic relationship between humans and the trillions of microscopic organisms that live on and within us has evolved over thousands of years, and we couldn't survive without the many specialized functions they provide.
Yay, evolution. Well, that was interesting, huh?
That is great. You know, I always say your stomach feeds your brain, and you need to have that good gut bacteria to feed your brain and keep your brain healthy, because the brain powers the rest of the body. And that's really good explanation of microbes.
Yeah, hopefully this next one, we're going to watch this one and see if it explains that the way our government set up the food pyramid, it's ass backwards.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I saw that a couple of weeks ago. Someone did it, and they said it's totally upside down. Yeah, and that it was rushed and everything like that.
Crazy. Oh, I hope it's not too technical.
I'll have to go soon because we're going to go see my dad at lunchtime.
Okay.
But I'll have to head off in about 15 minutes. So.
Okay. Yep. I'm going to be wrapping up in about 15 minutes. Stick around.
Okay. All right. Yeah. No worries.
Veggies, grains, and beans, whereas dysbiosis, bad bacteria that may contribute to disease, are fed by meat, junk food, fast food, seafood, dairy, and eggs. Typical Western diets can decimate our good gut flora. We live with trillions of symbionts, good bacteria that live in symbiosis with us. We help them, they help us. And a month on a plant-based diet results in an increase of the good guys and a decrease in the bad, the so-called pathobionts, the disease-causing bugs. Given the disappearance of pathobionts from the intestine, one would expect to observe a reduction in intestinal inflammation. So they measured stool concentrations of lipocolin-2, which is a sensitive biomarker of intestinal inflammation. And within a month of eating healthy, it had declined significantly, suggesting that promotion of microbial homeostasis or balance by a strict vegetarian diet resulted in reduced intestinal inflammation. And this rebalancing may have played a role in the improved metabolic and immune system parameters. On an animal-based diet, you get growth of disease-associated species like Bilophila Whitworthia, associated with inflammatory bowel disease, and putridness found in abscesses and appendicitis, and a decrease in fiber-eating bacteria. Eat fiber, and the fiber-munching bacteria multiply, and we get more anti-inflammatory, anti-cancer, short-chain fatty acids. Eat less fiber, and our fiber-eating bacteria starve away. They are what we eat. Eat a lot of phytates, and your gut flora get really good at breaking down phytates. We assumed this was just because we were naturally selecting for those populations of bacteria that could do that, but it turns out our diet can teach old bugs new tricks.
Yay!
There's one type of fiber in nori seaweed that our gut bacteria can't normally break down, but the bacteria out in the ocean that eat seaweed have an enzyme to do so. When it was discovered that the enzyme was present in the guts of Japanese people, it presented a mystery. Sure, sushi is eaten raw, and so some seaweed bacteria may have made it into their colons, but how could some marine bacteria thrive in the human gut? It didn't need to. It transferred the nori-eating enzyme to our own gut bacteria. Consequently, the consumption of food with associated environmental bacteria is the most likely mechanism that promoted the enzyme update into our own gut microbes, almost like a software update. We have the same hardware, the same gut bacteria, but they just updated their software to chew on something new. Hardware can change too, though. The reason this is called the way to a man's heart is through his gut microbiota is because they were talking about TMAO. Certain gut flora can take carnitine from the red meat we eat, or the choline concentrated in dairy, seafood, and eggs, and convert it into a toxic compound, which may lead to an increase in our risk of heart attack, stroke, and death. This explains why those eating more plant-based diets have lower blood concentrations of the stuff, but they also produce less of the toxin, even if you feed them a steak. You don't see the same conversion, suggesting an adaptive response of the gut microbiota in omnivores. They are what we feed them. It's like if you give people cyclamate, a synthetic artificial sweetener, most of our bacteria don't know what to do with it. But if you feed it to people for 10 days and select for the few bacteria that were hip to the new synthetic chemical, eventually 3/4 of the cyclamate you eat is metabolized by the bacteria into another new compound called cyclohexylamine. But stop eating it, and those bacteria die back. Unfortunately, cyclohexylamine may be toxic, and so was banned by the FDA in 1969, whereas regular Kool-Aid evidently is completely safe. But if you just ate cyclamate once in a while, it wouldn't turn into cyclohexylamide because you wouldn't have fed and fostered the gut flora specialized to do so. And the same with TMAO. Those that just eat red meat or eggs or seafood once in a while would presumably make very little of the toxin because they hadn't been cultivating the bacteria that produces it.
Wow. Microbiotas. You are
That was pretty
what
good.
you eat. everything, you know, I used to say all the time, you know, take care of your body. When you sleep, they sleep, you know, and everything. And I gotta say that more often. So anyway,
if you eat
I know you're gonna have to go in a few minutes, but I hope that you would take the time to why don't you do me the honor, go ahead and close us in prayer, and then I'll just say amen, hallelujah, or something like that.
All right. Lord Jesus, our Heavenly Father, I just want to ask you to please put a barrier of protection around us all here, sitting here, listening and just wanting to be with you, Lord. Lord Jesus, I pray for you to raise the vibrations of these people that are suffering and in fear, Lord. Take that fear away from them, Lord. There's nothing to fear, Lord. This life is temporary. The next life is our reward for being with you, Lord Jesus. Lord Jesus, I pray for Tommy's back to heal. I pray for several people, Lord Jesus. There's just so many people that are suffering and in pain right now. Lord Jesus, I ask you just to deliver this and remove this pain and suffering in Jesus' name. Ellen? Amen.
Amen. Amen. Amen. Were you finished?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, pass it to you.
I want to thank everybody that stuck with this 5.5 hours. Thank you so much. I'm going to check out.
Great.
I think I'm going to go get me some. I think I'm going to make me some omelet with some jalapenos and some hot sauce, and we'll just see how that goes down on my diet, because that's what I got right now. Hey,
it's great to see you all and catch up. So,
yep. Go ahead and any final words, Ella Rose?
Oh, just say it's great to see you all and it's great to catch up. I want to say thank you, Bobby, Glyph, Matt, Sharksville Yars, Sean, JPJC. You guys are absolutely great. You've been in here the whole time just chatting with us. And, you know, when you guys throw these, questions around, it helps us sort of dig a bit deeper into what we're looking at. And we sort of bounce off each other and help each other in finding the truth and learning.
Right. And only, so like 100 people might watch it today, but like by 300 might watch it by the end of the week. So, bless those people too. And thank you, Ella Rose, for stopping in. And,
you're welcome. It's great to see you.
I just want to remind everybody, it's a flat earth nation, that we're never going to tell you anything else. Why would we? We're trying to prove that we have your best interest at heart. Amen. Hallelujah. Aho.